Try that on for size. Yeah! Level up in Forge of Empires. Play now for free at foe.tv or download the app.
As the Russian invasion of Ukraine continues, thousands are fleeing their homes.
Here's what you have here now, the shell of a bus being used as a barricade.
I heard some explosions and the soldiers told us to leave very quickly.
We've spoken to people forced to come by their employers.
App and get the full story with bbc.com/news. Follow the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine with BBC News.
The threat of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes continues across the southeast of the USA through the mid-Atlantic right the way up to New York during the day on Thursday. Behind it, some pretty chilly air, so we've got more snow for parts of the Mississippi Valley, the Great Lakes area, the upper Midwest, and then our critical, even elevated fire risk across some parts of the south and west towards Texas, for example. So some really quite extreme weather around here, some extreme thunderstorms as well, potentially further north up into parts of Central America. We've got some showers for the River Plate. This is Storm Diego, which could bring some damaging winds, heavy rains and mountain snow as it pushes its way across central and northern parts of Europe during the day on Friday. Ahead of it, we'll have had some very windy weather on Thursday as well. Red warnings out for Germany, for example, more heavy snow for Finland. Starting to see things calm a little across the north of Africa, but some heavy showers further south. The risk again of fire very high across some parts of South Africa with the strong gusty winds. Some winds pushing across the northern part of the Saudi Arabia Peninsula, as you can see around the Levant. Some showers further north and some rain. Orange warnings out for the heat in the north, some very wet weather towards northeastern states as well. And that heat, as I say, pushing into the 40s, really quite excessive heat at the moment. Our first potential tropical depression we're watching pushing towards the east of the Philippines. Lots of heavy showers here through parts of southern Thailand. A lot of area as we go into next week, but more flooding rains on saturated grounds again across the eastern half of Australia. As ever, there's more on the website.
I'm Katrin Nye, an investigative journalist. A year ago, I found out about a glamorous design agency that had staff from all over the world. The problem is, it's not real. And I've spent the last year working out how so many people ended up working there.
Hello, I'm Ross Atkins with Outside Source. This is the extraordinary story of climate change. Vaccines for Ukraine. Let's look at some of the international reaction. Tell us what you've been hearing. In practical terms, what does that mean? And let's just remind ourselves, this is all part of the same story.
Piece the story together with Ross Atkins. Outside Source on BBC World News.
Hello, this is BBC World News. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. On today's Global, Ukraine's foreign minister tells Ukrainians are fleeing the region as the Russian military offensive in the east intensifies. As the trains roll out, the hardware rolls in. Ukraine's allies continue to supply weapons, but can they keep up with demand?
Either you help us now, and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late.
I'm Anna Foster, live in Lviv with the latest on the ground here in Ukraine.
And later in Global, no snap election in Pakistan after the Election Commission say the earliest a poll can be held is October.
I'm Sikandar Kamani, live in Islamabad, where all eyes are on the Supreme Court behind me to see whether a crucial vote of no confidence against Imran Khan that could see him ousted from office will be reinstated.
And about to tee off, can Tiger master the Augusta National 14 months after the car crash many thought had ended his career? Hello and welcome to the programme. First this hour, Ukraine's foreign minister says his country needs more weapons within days or many more people will die. Dmytro Kuleba made the urgent and emotional appeal for help after meeting with NATO allies in Brussels. The head of NATO responded by saying countries are ready to provide more military support in Ukraine. Russia is focusing its military efforts in the east, in the Donbass region. People are trying to leave the area. Well, in a moment, we'll be live in Ukraine with Anna Foster and speak to our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams. But first, let's hear from Ukraine's foreign minister, who said the battle for the eastern region of Donbass is underway, but much worse is to come.
The battle for Donbass will remind you, and I regret to say it, but this is true, the battle for Donbass will remind you of Second World War, with large operations, maneuvers, involvement of thousands of tanks, armored vehicles, planes, artillery. This will not be a local operation based on what we see in Russia's preparations to it. Russia has its plan, we have ours, and the battlefield will decide, and the outcome of this battle will be decided on the battlefield. And this is why it is so urgent for allies not to how to put it mildly, not to tell us that they are still thinking, that they have to do all the procedures, that there are many and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late. And many people will die, many civilians will lose their homes, many villages will be destroyed. Exactly.
Go live to Ukraine and the western city of Lviv. Our correspondent Anna Foster is there. Hi Anna, good to see you. So that warning there about the need for weapons and also urgent appeals for people in that area to try and get out.
That's right. It does feel like a new sense of urgency 6 weeks into this conflict. People in the Donbass region are being told that they need to leave now. They need to leave as soon as possible. And in fact, Ukraine's government today again tried to set up some sort of humanitarian corridors, ways for people to live in those areas, to leave them safely before the fighting. There really is a feeling that Russia perhaps will regroup and refocus faster than people thought they would after moving out of those regions around the capital, Kyiv and Chernihiv. I think what is important is that nobody wants to see another situation like we've had in the southern port city of Mariupol. Now, obviously, it being by the sea, it is easier for Russian troops to encircle an area like that. But tens of thousands of people became trapped there when the fighting broke out weeks ago, and trying to remove them from that city while the fighting goes on is proving incredibly difficult. People are coming out in small numbers, in small convoys in their private cars, but there are still tens of thousands of people there and no way of removing them. And I think that at the moment is really proving a cautionary tale for the east of the country. I think the government really want to get that message across to people, and that is why we're hearing this very powerful rhetoric, these very strong words. They want people there to listen, to act, and to move to safety as quickly.
There's two big areas to be aware of at the moment. Now, there's the first, that appeal for weapons and for help by Ukraine, and then also the issue.
And this is the point the president is making. The damage that is being inflicted on Russia by sanctions now has mid- and long-term implications for Russian economy. But people are dying today. The offensive is unfolding today. And we need steps which will stop Russia's war machine today.
Well, with me is our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams, as I mentioned. Hi, Paul. So I mentioned there's two big areas here. There's this appeal for weapons from Ukraine and the sanctions. They welcomed...
Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister, is essentially to shame the West, to shame Ukraine's allies into taking more action, quicker action, bigger action than they would be thinking of otherwise. So on the sanctions, he expressed a degree of satisfaction. He said that they are putting real pressure on Russia, and we know that that is true. But of course, at the moment, we have this hesitation from the EU in adopting a new package, which includes a ban on the importing of Russian coal. Now, that's pretty minor stuff compared to oil and gas, but it is still significant. The German government yesterday asked for some clarifications. There were some concerns about whether this would affect existing contracts in addition to future contracts. Those things are being ironed out, and we believe that that package will be passed perhaps today or tomorrow. But the Ursula von der Leyen has said that a much bigger move has to come, and there will be moves on oil and gas. It can't happen quick enough for the Ukrainian government because, as they say, every day that Europe spends upwards of €1 billion on Russian oil and gas, that's money that can go straight into the war chest of Vladimir Putin. But the Ukrainians know that slowly but surely on sanctions, the
effectively a kind of response from Jens Stoltenberg, boss of NATO. What was his response to those appeals from Ukraine?
Well, so this is on the question of what NATO members can do to help militarily. He was extremely cautious, and I think this is quite typical of Western leaders. They don't want to give too much equipment that has not yet been provided. So, for example, today the British government announced that in the last, just this week, a Ukrainian delegation was here in the UK looking at some other weapons systems, including some armoured vehicles. So you get a sense there of Ukraine's allies thinking about what is this fight that's going to come, that you just heard Dmytro Kuleba describing very graphically as World War II style fighting. And that chimes with the sorts of warnings we've been getting from Western intelligence officials. They reckon that Russia is going to throw absolutely everything at the Donbass. It will be a much more concentrated fight in a with the wherewithal to defend themselves, and it needs to happen quite quickly.
Yeah, well, I want to pick up on that timing, on that speed issue, because Kuleba told one anecdote during his press conference, which was quite revealing, talking about speaking to Western partners a couple of months ago about what weapons they were going to provide. And the response from one country was, well, we're not going to provide you with these weapons because it will take 2 months or so to actually train people to use them. Now, that 2 months has almost elapsed. And this was his point, that if that had happened 2 months ago, we could have been in a much stronger position now. And now it's a matter of days and not weeks that we are playing with here. Otherwise, many more people will die, in his words. Is there a capability? Is there a logistical problem now in getting the kind of support they need within days, or actually over the past few weeks have there been enough logistical support going in that they can just effectively ramp up what they've already been doing?
This is a very rapidly evolving situation, and you're right. At first you had countries like Germany saying we're not going to send weapons at all. Well, that's changed. Then it was, well, we'll send light weapons but not heavy weapons. That has changed. Defensive, not offensive. And we've heard even Jens Stoltenberg saying, frankly, when your country's under attack, there is no difference. And now, as far as Mr. Kuleba is concerned, it's all about the timeline. So they reckon they have pushed through several ceilings, several barriers in the course of the last 6 weeks or so. NATO members started equipping and training Ukrainian forces long before this war began, and that training, some of that training, the effects of it, we're seeing playing out on the battlefield. But effort, not just to to attack from the front along the Donbass, but also to try and encircle the Ukrainians from behind, pushing up Russian forces from Mariupol. If we're successful, that would trap Ukraine's best military forces in the Donbass and eliminate them. And so that is the big fear that the Ukrainians have. It's the big fear that the West has been voicing since before the war began. I remember hearing this when I was sitting in Kiev days before the war began. The fear that Ukraine's joint forces operation, those best equipped, best trained forces, could be encircled and cut off. And so that is all the effort now is about making sure that they have their equipment, that civilians frankly aren't in the way, because what they're expecting is something pretty brutal.
OK, that's pretty ominous, Paul, but thank you very much for that. We will come back to you later on if there are any more developments. And just to mark your card for a bit later, we're expecting those sanctions that we were talking about, the latest one. We're expecting an announcement either today, Thursday, or early Friday. Also, we're expecting to come up to hear from Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State, due to speak in the next hour or so. If and when that happens, we will, of course, bring that to you. Now, something else that is happening right now. The United Nations is about to hold a vote on whether to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. Our correspondent, Neda Tawfiq, joins us now from New York. Now, we were dipping in and listening to a little bit of that debate in the last half hour or so. Can you just start from scratch and tell us what's going on here?
Yeah, so this was a U.S.-backed measure to suspend Russia from its seat on the UN Human Rights Council. It's currently in the second year of a 3-year term. And the United States announced this after the kind of global outcry we saw of the alleged atrocities in the town of Bucha and across Ukraine. And so we've had the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN introducing this resolution in the General Assembly Hall, telling member states that it's not an option to vote in favor of ousting Russia. It's a member body of the UN Human Rights Council are supposed to maintain good records of human rights. And he says here he has accused Russia of gross and systematic violations of international law, of war crimes. And he says that Russia needs to now be held accountable. We did have the Russian ambassador also respond after that, essentially saying, again, what we've heard before from Russia in the past, saying what's actually happening on the ground bears no relation to the allegations that Russia is not committing any crimes in Ukraine, and also warning people Council itself if nations vote to remove Russia. So we've had a very...
This domination came to an end when the asteroid struck. But there's a mystery. No one's ever found direct evidence of a dinosaur killed by the impact, or even a fossil dinosaur that died within 1,000 years of it. Now, though, a discovery at Tanis may have changed that.
There's something here. That's hard.
More bone.
That's bone right next to the skin.
This is the moment a dinosaur's leg was discovered, captured by a BBC documentary crew. The fossil belongs to a small plant-eating dinosaur called a thessalosaur. The team thinks it died in a huge flash flood set off by shockwaves from the asteroid strike.
This looks like an animal whose leg has simply been ripped off really quickly. There's no evidence on the leg of disease, there are no obvious pathologies, there's no trace of the leg being scavenged. This could be the first bit of dinosaur ever found that died as a direct result of being involved in the cataclysm that occurred after the meteorite hit.
Tanis is 2,000 miles away from where the asteroid struck. But what links the two are these tiny beads scattered amongst the fossils. It's thought they're remnants of molten rock thrown up by the impact, which rained back down as glass droplets. Inside one may be something even more remarkable, a fragment of the asteroid itself.
We were able to identify the composition of that material.
all the evidence, all of the chemical data from that study suggests strongly that we're looking at a piece of the impactor, the asteroid, that ended it for the dinosaurs.
These discoveries now need to be submitted to the scientific community for scrutiny. But the team says they've only scratched the surface, and there's much more of this lost world waiting to be revealed. Rebecca Morrell, BBC News.
Yeah, potentially a very significant discovery indeed. Right, do stay with us. Plenty more to come. Two big stories, actually, that we want to keep you across. Firstly, that Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State, is expecting to be speaking about all things Ukraine. We'll bring you that as we get it. And also, we're going to take you to Pakistan. The Prime Minister, it looked like just a couple of days ago, was out. That is slightly more complicated now. Our correspondent, Sukunda Kamani, is there.
That's right, the eyes of the nation are on the Supreme Court behind me. Judges here are ruling on whether or not a crucial vote of no confidence against Imran Khan can be reinstated. If it is, it can see him ousted from office. If not, perhaps we're heading for fresh elections.
Thank you to Sukunda for that. Do stay with us. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. This is Global. Bye-bye.
Hello, red warnings in force for Thursday in Germany for a windy spell of weather. Orange warnings for snow in Finland. And then we're watching developments in the Bay of Biscay because another storm is developing, Storm Diego, and that will bring another round of very strong winds and heavy rain as we move into Friday. Heavy rain and thunder pushing its way swiftly across France into Germany again. Warnings out widely because it's going to bring some stormy weather as well as heavy rain and thunderstorms. Some rain across parts of Turkey as well, but otherwise southern areas a little bit more settled. Low pressure we've had this week is moving out the way. It's giving way to, as I say, Storm Diego that's moving in, bringing wet, windy weather and then eventually some cooler weather as well, as digging in behind. More wintry weather across Scandinavia into Friday, particularly as you can see for Norway. There's on a weather system, that's the remnants of Diego, bringing snowfall across the Alps and higher ground, pushing that rain down across the Balkans as well. So more inclement weather, colder weather following in behind. Some wintry showers there across the Low Countries as we move towards the weekend. So a little bit on the chilly side in London and in Paris. Some showers around in Madrid, cooler here too. Rome largely staying settled, as you can see. And for Athens, it does cool down behind that weather system too.
Next on Hard Talk, my guest is the young Russian racing driver Nikita Mazepin, who was fired from his Formula One team after Putin's invasion of Ukraine. He and his billionaire oligarch dad now face EU sanctions. What kind of impact will sporting isolation have on Russia?
France voted for change 5 years ago. Emmanuel Macron said reform would weaken the appeal of the far right. But as France prepares to vote again, the far-right leader Marine Le Pen seems closer than ever to beating him. Join us live as France decides, here on BBC World News.
Since Russia invaded Ukraine, hundreds of thousands of people have passed through Lviv train station, hoping to reach safety.
Can you believe this?
Watch their extraordinary stories on Our World, Platform 5, Escaping Ukraine, on BBC World News.
If you've got questions about the stories making headlines, Reality Check is here to help you get the facts straight. Our team of experts examine the evidence and cut through the spin. Join me, Chris Morris, here on BBC World News, or go to bbc.com/Reality Check.
Hello, this is BBC World News. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. On today's Global, Ukraine's foreign minister tells NATO the battle for the Donbass region will be equivalent to World War II. Ukrainians are fleeing the region as the Russian military offensive in the east intensifies. As the trains roll out, the hardware rolls in. Ukraine's allies continue to supply weapons, but can they keep up with demand?
Either you help us now, and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late.
The governor of the Lviv region tells the BBC exactly what they need. We'll be live with our World Affairs editor John Simpson in Lviv. And in business, the cost of quitting Russia. Energy giant Shell faces a $5 billion exit bill. Hello, welcome back. More now on our top story. Ukraine's foreign minister says his country needs more weapons within days, or many more people will die. Dmytro Kuleba made the urgent and emotional appeal for help after meeting with NATO members in Brussels. The head of NATO responded by saying countries are ready to provide more military support. In Ukraine, Russia is focused John Simpson is live for us now in Lviv. John, great to see you. Thank you very much for talking to us. It's been an extraordinarily busy last, well, just couple of hours or so, really, with all the comings and goings in Brussels. We've heard lots and lots about appeals for weapons.
I think what's really happening is that this war is suddenly entering a new phase, a different phase. Ukraine's been able to beat off the initial major attack on Kiev and the area around the capital with the help of a certain amount of NATO weaponry. Weapons like just really often just ordinary artillery, guns, ammunition, that kind of thing. And they were very successful in beating it off, of course, as we know. But what's happening now is that the Ukrainian government's looking further forward. It actually believes it can beat the Russians, it can force them out, but in order to do that, they need big weapons, they need big artillery, they need missiles, they need anti-aircraft missiles, they need a whole range of things. And it's not happening fast enough for the Ukrainian government. I've been talking to senior and the weaponry that they're getting from NATO, but the Ukrainian government wants more weapons urgently. Maxim Kozitsky is the governor of Lviv and a close ally of President Zelensky. What does Ukraine need most? Is it medical?
Основна допомога, яку ми потребуємо, це потреба в сучасному озброєнні.
What we need as well as heavy weapons, because we have to stop the enemy. But our goal is not to stop the enemy, it's to oust him from Ukrainian land.
Says it needs. John Simpson, BBC News, Lviv.
So, John, the attention then of the world heading to East Ukraine, and rightly so, given everything that we know about what's happening there. But there was one note of caution, wasn't there, by the Ukrainian military official saying if Russia is successful in Donbass,
well, there must be a possibility. It depends really on what President Putin wants. My feeling, my guess is that he's starting to realize at any rate, that his idea are quotations really from Russian sources. That just isn't going to happen.
Bucha massacre is just the tip of the iceberg. We already see from reports from Mariupol that Mariupol is much, much worse on all accounts. And you ask the right question. How does it feel talking to the Russians after all this happened? There are 2 points which I want to make. First, I have only one question to the Russians. Who are they? Where do they come from that they have no compassion or empathy, neither to children whom they rape, nor to women and girls who are raped and killed, nor to civilians, to old people, even to animals and pets? They kill pets. I don't really, after Bucha, I don't understand who are they, who are these people? And while asking myself this question, I also understand that to prevent more Buchas, we have to talk. We have to talk and see how we can end this war.
So, while evidence of Russian atrocities in Ukraine continues to mount, a new video has emerged which appears to show Ukrainian soldiers executing Russian captives. This is a still from the video with bodies blurred out. The original video is too graphic to broadcast. However, it shows 4 bodies in military uniform on the ground. One appears to be moving and a soldier shoots them several times. One of the soldiers standing over the bodies on the ground says, "Here they are, the defenders of the Russian army." Well, we have located the incident to the main road outside the town of Dmitrivka in the west of Kyiv. The road links the town to Irpin and Bucha. The first version of the video we found was posted on the morning of the 30th of March, meaning it was filmed in the afternoon of the 29th of March or earlier. Well, about halfway through the video, we can see one of the soldiers' faces, a bearded man, very clearly. A couple of other soldiers' faces are clearly visible at points in compares an image to a database of photos of people's faces. Now, the match is to a Georgian man with close links to Ukraine. We have approached Ukrainian authorities for comment. OK, let's go back to the BBC's World Affairs editor, John.
It's all good and acts decently and nobly. It's just not the way that human life is. But there is a balance in these things. This war would not have started if Vladimir Putin had not been prepared to put the lives of any number of civilians, as well as soldiers, at risk by invading Ukraine. And Of course, as we know, I mean, it's a commonplace remark nowadays, but the victors get to choose the justice. And in this case, I don't think there's, I don't know, of course I don't know, how could I, but I don't think that anything that the Ukrainians have done balances out what the Russians have done. The Russians have done far, far, far worse, but it doesn't excuse these things. And those men, if they can be identified, should be brought up before a war crimes tribunal and found guilty if they are guilty. But, you know, the idea that somehow Ukraine is perfect and Russia is nothing but evil is just absolutely nonsensical, I'm afraid.
OK, John, thanks so much for that. John Simpson live for us there in Lviv. Right, some breaking news now from Pakistan. The Supreme Court has ruled that a decision to block a vote of no confidence against Prime Minister Imran Khan was unconstitutional. It's ordered the restoration of Parliament, which was dissolved on Sunday. Our Pakistan correspondent, Secunda Kamani, is in Islamabad. Hi, Secunda. So this is slightly complicated. Talk us through what this means.
Yeah, that's right. You might be able to hear opposition. Let's go back to last Sunday. That's where this political drama, or this chapter of this political drama begins. Everyone was expecting a vote of no confidence to be held against Prime Minister Imran Khan. It was expected he would lose that vote of no confidence because a number of his coalition allies had deserted him and joined the opposition at the last minute. Imran Khan has been alleging that the vote of no confidence was part of an international conspiracy to effect regime change here in Pakistan. The Supreme Court was then beginning to look at whether or not that decision not to allow that vote of no confidence was legitimate or not. Now, in the last few minutes, we've had the decision. The court has ruled that the decision not to allow the vote of no confidence was unconstitutional. The Supreme Court has said that Parliament will reassemble. It had been dissolved by Imran Khan and the President of Pakistan after last Sunday. Parliament will now be reassembled on Sunday, and we presume that vote of no confidence will now take place. This is what opposition supporters had hoped would happen. They will hope it leads to the removal of Imran Khan from office. He certainly does look to be in trouble right now.
But then again, we were saying this last week, weren't we? We were reading out and writing the political obituaries last week for Imran Khan. Then this, as you brilliantly outlined, this dramatic twist happened, so he's still there. If this does go ahead, if that vote does go ahead, is the expectation this time that he loses that and then he does go?
Need just a simple majority in Parliament in order to oust Prime Minister Imran Khan. When he came into power in 2018, he just had a slender majority with the help of a number of coalition allies. A number of those coalition allies have deserted him, so the opposition, on the face of it, seem to have a comfortable majority unfolding. So perhaps there will be further twists and turns to come, either on Saturday or in the days afterwards. Imran Khan had hoped that instead of this vote of no confidence, fresh elections could be held in the coming months. But this Supreme Court ruling basically reverses all those dramatic events from Sunday and restores the status quo, so that vote of no confidence will be taking place instead of these fresh elections.
And Secunda, if you can hear me over those sirens there, just remind us what a huge figure Imran Khan is.
Well, absolutely. Imran Khan, cricketing hero, helping Pakistan achieve its only cricketing World Cup victory, his first World Cup victory in 1992. He was a philanthropist. He married Jemima Goldsmith, then later divorced her. He struggled for over 2 decades to establish himself in really when he got his breakthrough, and he was elected Prime Minister on a platform of anti-corruption, promising to create a new, more equal, more just Pakistan. A lot of people over the last few years, from his own support base, say that he's done a good job. He's expanded the social welfare system, but he's had real challenges too. The economy's in a bad state, but we've seen in particular rising food prices, rising electricity costs. That's hurt the ordinary Pakistani citizen a lot. We've also seen a changing dynamic between Imran Khan's party and Pakistan's powerful military. Moved by the opposition because they saw that Imran Khan had lost the support of the powerful army.
OK, Secunda, thanks so much for that update. Right, now it's time for the business. Ben Thompson is here. Hi, Ben.
Hi, Lewis. Thanks very much. Yes, Shell has confirmed that it's going to take a hit of up to $5 billion from its exit from Russia, nearly double its original estimate. The company says it will no longer buy Russian oil, although contracts that were signed before the invasion of Ukraine will still be fulfilled. It is also quitting its joint ventures with Gazprom, Shell's main rival. BP also ending its business in Russia. That's after 3 decades of investment there. So let's talk some more about this with Jonathan Robinson from The Independent analyst. As far as the financial hit that Shell will take, they say they are doing it for all the right reasons, of course. But just put it into context for us. How big a hit is this?
Well, it does represent a significant but relatively small portion of Shell's overall global revenues. So the majority of its business is still in perfectly rude health. And obviously, oil and gas prices are very high this year. Its revenues are projected to increase around 30% this year. So, of course, it's a hit, but in the context of a buoyant market for its products. Know-how at the moment to execute.
So a $5 billion hit, but I suppose you can't really put a price on the reputation risk if the company had still said it would operate in Russia.
Exactly. I mean, Shell took a hit before when it bought oil a few weeks ago. That was very well publicised on the market. Big, PR challenge, and admitted it was wrong. This is a way of slimline its business. And it's important to remember that Shell is obviously very big in oil and gas, but it also is a leading company in the energy transition. It's looking in the future to play a much more diverse role. It's investing in EV charging, battery storage, a lot of these areas. Public relationship to carry those things out.
Jonathan, it's really good to talk to you. Thanks so much. Jonathan Robinson there from The Independent analyst Frost and Sullivan. And on the screen you can see the current price of Brent, or you could, of light crude and Brent crude. As you can see, Brent dipping under that crucial $100 a barrel mark for the first time in a very long time. Lewis, back to you.
Thanks very much for that, Ben. Right, just want to bring you some breaking news from New York. The United Nations General Assembly there has voted to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. Clearly, this has given Russia's actions in Ukraine, the invasion and the war there. And over the last hour, or a couple of hours or so, we've been hearing from different countries, and we've now had the result of the actual vote. 93 voted yes, 24 voted no, 58 abstentions, so 9. That's it. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. This is Global. Bye-bye.
Hello there. The risk of severe thunderstorms, even the odd tornado, will continue throughout the remainder of Thursday into the start of Friday from southeastern parts of the USA right the way up towards New York. Very active storm. Mountain snow during the course of Thursday night and into Friday. So there are warnings out widely and for yet more snow further north and strong winds across parts of Finland and Scandinavia. Lots of heavy showers across the southern peninsula of India. It's the heat that's the concern here across the Middle East, across Central Asia, and then yet more soaking rains in northeastern states of India up into Nepal, Bhutan as well. But as I say, that heat, dangerous heat by day and by night. We've got this tropical cyclone. It's passed close by to New Caledonia. We'll keep an eye on that. Then we've got high pressure settled weather for New Zealand for the most part, but this feed of moist winds still coming in. Across parts of eastern Australia. So again, the flash flood risk very high here.
Join Simon Sebag Montefiore as he discovers the rise of one of the great cities of the world.
Vienna, dynastic city, city of art and music.
A metropolis with an imperial and ideas.
It all happened here in Vienna, the world city.
Vienna, Empire, Dynasty and Dream on BBC World News.
The Travel Show, sponsored by Turkish Airlines.
This calf is a true family affair, and it's been passed down between generations since 1900.
We like to keep a good little vibe. It's like when you're, like I said to you, it's like a second home for us. It's part of our life. So when you come in here, you're coming into our home. You get like a lot of regular people that come back and they really sort of rely on you. Like if they didn't come into the calf, they maybe wouldn't talk to a lot of people during the day, like a lot of the older people especially. Where the world's getting bigger, you can't know everybody, but in little places like the cafe,
from all walks of life, even the odd celebrity. Gemma Collins is reality TV star and presenter who has been coming to Pellicci's for years.
I feel that this is like traditional East End here. It's got heritage, it's got culture. You know, if only these walls could speak, I'm sure there's been a lot that's gone on here over the years. Just that real family hub feel is very rare. And yeah, you know, this is the only place that I know actually that's got it.
Do you think we're beginning to see less of these kind of places now?
there are more challenges. Every day there's always new challenges. The price of everything has gone up. You have to put your price up a bit, and it don't go down well.
Korea cook homemade food using locally sourced fresh ingredients. But in an area that's rapidly changing and as more big brand chains move in, the competition is getting tougher.
East London and all inner cities, I think, businesses, it's important, especially at the minute, to keep looking after one another, little guys, because fundamentally that's what keeps the country going, isn't it?
With, you know, taste buds kind of diversifying and like we're saying, you know, culture's changing, food culture's changing. Yeah. How are you guys keeping up with the competition? What are you guys doing differently?
People have started to being able to travel, you know, a lot more and taste different and realise, oh, you know, it's actually there's something more than egg and chips. But some little things have to change. Like I say, for example, like that coffee machine. You wouldn't have had it like years ago. East End people wouldn't have had that coffee. They wanted powder coffee, frothy milk. I used to love it. We've often thought about maybe doing this, maybe doing that, and then my mum's like, no, and she's always been right. Do what you do and do it well.
knows how modern tastes are evolving.
So we're in East London, so many restaurants from all different places all over the world. Do you think that's what the younger generation want?
Yeah, I think people really do love all the variety, and you know, there's so many people like going vegan and, you know, or trying to be more vegetarian.
With all of that, you know, the traditional British cafe is struggling. Do you think it holds a place in the future in British food culture?
Oh, absolutely. I think they bring people together, serving up that nice warm grub that everybody enjoys.
You have no idea how much I'm looking forward to eating this fry up. I've seen it come past me a few times today. Bring it all, bring it all. This is a lot of food. I'm going to try my hardest. So if places like Pelici still going strong, I don't doubt for a second that the Great British Fire and the traditional British cafe will keep going strong.
The Travel Show, your essential guide wherever you're heading, every weekend on BBC World News. The Travel Show, sponsored by Turkish Airlines.
Hello, this is BBC World News. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. On today's Global, Ukraine's foreign minister tells NATO the battle for the Donbass region will be equivalent to World War II. Ukrainians are fleeing the region as the Russian military offensive in the east intensifies. As the trains roll out, the hardware rolls in. Ukraine's allies continue to supply weapons, but can they keep up with demand?
Either you help us now, and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late.
And in the last few minutes, a vote has seen Russia suspension of Parliament to block a vote against Prime Minister Imran Khan was unlawful. Crash many thought had ended his career. Welcome to Global. Just going to start with that breaking news. Russia has been suspended from the Human Rights Council in Geneva following a vote in the UN General Assembly. Now, 93 countries voted in favour of the move, which was backed by the US. 24 voted against it, including China. Programme. Meanwhile, Ukraine's foreign minister says his country needs more weapons within days, or many more people will die. Dmytro Kuleba made the urgent and emotional appeal for help after a meeting with NATO members in Brussels earlier. Right, we're going to go now to US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who is speaking live. Let's get his reaction.
Including with unprecedented sanctions. Together, we're bolstering the defense of NATO itself, including by hardening our eastern flank. Just over the past 48 hours, I've had an opportunity to meet with my NATO counterparts. For the first time ever, foreign ministers from the United States Indo-Pacific allies, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative. The world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them. I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. With her hands bound alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution. New investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.6 in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country where provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian. Many countries realize, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states had come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we discuss ways we can shore up the collective security territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, and I can say unequivocally from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and hold accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Thanks, Ned. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. UK foreign Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline for banning Russian oil and gas. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So we're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians, as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence build up in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly course, the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago when he was here. We're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Weeks, or else more people will die. Has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question for you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine?
Missy, again, on the weapons, we've been doing this, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved out on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown. The President instructed back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with their extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then, since the aggression, we have repeatedly and with the armored vehicles to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out, what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. Accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to often through diplomacy, accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict's ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability.
Does Bucha make it harder to reach a negotiated settlement?
The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, Bucha has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is European capitals are evicting Russia.
Going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine. Thanks to incredibly courageous Ukrainians who are filming things on their smartphones and incredibly courageous reporters who stayed in Ukraine and are trying to bring this to the world. And yet, sometimes this constant flow of images almost normalizes and trivializes things to the point that people kind of see it as something that's in the background and don't respond to it. But then, something so stark, so outrageous, emerges. Left behind, and that is horrific death and destruction. With regard to diplomacy, look, there are diplomats from various countries that one deals with. Relationship with the truth. That's part of the job.
And the Russian officials, will the U.S. follow European moves?
We are always looking at this, and we'll continue to do so.
We'll take a final question from Terry Schultz.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Sorry, just to follow up on Missy's question, you yourself called what happened in Bucha outrageous. Everyone knows the Secretary General says that we are preparing for more such atrocities in Mariupol, in Donbass, as a major offensive is coming. How do you sit across the table from Dmytro Kuleba and said, well, we're looking at what else we think you might need, when he surely comes with a list? He tells us he came with a list. He gives us his list. So, and he says he doesn't have the days that you are taking to look at this. How do you explain that to him?
What it is we're providing, what it is we're helping other allies and partners provide. And again, you'll have to, ask him, but I think we were just together maybe an hour ago, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he said very clearly the appreciation that he has and that Ukraine has for the support that we have been consistently providing. So as we're speaking, we continue to provide what Ukraine needs, but it's also a constantly evolving picture. They're coming forward with new systems that they think that would be helpful and effective. We put our own expertise to bear, especially the Pentagon, to help determine what indeed we think could be effective, what Ukrainians would be ready to use as soon as they get it, and what again, the fact that the Russians have been pushed out of Kyiv, that they've been pushed back to eastern Ukraine, is the product of two things. First, as I said, the extraordinary courage of Ukrainians, but second, the fact that they've had in hand, including from before the aggression started, the tools necessary to help achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Well, that was the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken there talking in Brussels at the NATO meeting there, and then taking questions from reporters, describing right at the start of his comments some incredibly distressing details of alleged Russian credible reports, he said, of murder and rape. And absolutely, he was saying the assumption now is that they're taking place right now, not just previous incidents that we're just starting to learn about as journalists get into those areas, but actually the assumption is that atrocities like that are happening right now, and therefore that's why he then listed the 5 or so responses, including sanctions, sending more weapons that the US and NATO and the West are deploying. We'll have plenty more on that. For the moment, though, I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. This is Global on BBC World News. Bye-bye.
Thursday in Germany for a windy spell of weather, orange warnings for snow in Finland, and then we're watching developments in the Bay of Biscay because another storm is developing, Storm Diego, and that will bring another round of very strong winds and heavy rain as we move into Friday. Heavy rain and thunder pushing its way swiftly across France into Germany again. Warnings out widely because it's going to bring some stormy weather as well as heavy rain and thunderstorms. Some rain across parts of Turkey as well, but otherwise southern areas a little bit more settled. Low pressure we've had this week is moving out the way. It's giving way to, as I say, Storm Diego that's moving more wintry weather across Scandinavia into Friday, particularly as you can see for Norway. There's on the weather system, that's the remnants of Diego bringing snowfall across the Alps and higher ground, pushing that rain down across the Balkans as well. So more inclement weather, colder weather following in behind, some wintry staying settled, as you can see. And for Athens, it does cool down behind that weather system too.
There's so much to explore all over Azerbaijan. Multicultural landmarks, ancient monuments. Find your own path. Through fascinating history and culture, with color and texture that excites and enchants. Unique and unrivaled arts and crafts. Uncover new dimensions and embark on an unforgettable journey that could last forever. Azerbaijan, take another look.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further. to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
This is BBC World News, the headlines. The United Nations General Assembly has...
Entirely reasonable thing to do. Now, as you know, the UK has been mainly so far supplying anti-tank weaponry, anti-aircraft weaponry. What we're now looking at doing is finding ways that we can support friends and partners who want to send other types of equipment that may be useful to them and to the Ukrainians. And I think it's important in these discussions always to be mindful of his army. And sometimes I think that some of the stuff that, some of the kit that NATO has simply wouldn't be appropriate. It may be more useful to support the Ukrainians by backfilling and allowing some of the former Warsaw Pact countries to supply some of their own armour in the way that that you've been seeing. And I think that may be something we'll want to consider doing more of. But clearly, the boundary, the limit, is that there is no intention. I don't think, certainly don't believe that the German Chancellor or any NATO leader has any intention of engaging in direct confrontation between our countries and Vladimir Putin. That's how Putin wants to portray this. That is not what this is about. This is about an illegal, barbaric attack by Russia on totally innocent people that we are trying to help to protect themselves. That's what's going on. Can I just say one thing also about your question about the amount of cash that has gone from Europe to pay for Russian oil and gas, and compared to the just don't bear in mind the huge steps that the EU are already taking, and that Olaf and the Germans are already taking to move away from oil and gas. The dependency has been massive. It's clearly been something that they're now moving away from very, very fast. I think by middle of 2024, as I recall, Germany is going to stop using Russian gas, which is quite extraordinary. And that is going to be done through technological change and progress. And we want to work together with Germany to achieve that. Jörg Blank, DPA.
Okay. Eine Frage an Sie beide.
Right, I have a question to you both, Federal Chancellor and you, Prime Minister. As far as the weapons is concerned and the delivery of heavy weapons is concerned, are you willing and ready, Prime Minister, to send tanks to Ukraine? And one question to you, Ukraine actually wanted to have Marder tanks by Rheinmetall. One per day would suffice. Why would you not send such weapons to Ukraine?
Jörg, I think I tried to answer the question before. I'm in principle willing to consider anything by way of defensive weaponry to help the Ukrainians protect themselves and their people. I think it's important that we should be giving equipment that is genuinely useful and that is here in the UK yesterday, looking at what more we have to offer.
Ich kann da unmittelbar anschließen. Es ist so, dass wir
Allow me to follow up. We are trying to send those weapons which are helpful, that can be successes by the Ukrainian military show that we send effective weapons, anti-tank weapons, a lot of ammunition and everything. Look, what can be used effectively, and these are very technical questions indeed.
Thank you. Jason Groves, Daily Mail.
Thank you. Prime Minister, on the domestic front, did you know that Rishi Sunak's wife was a non-dom yourself? And there were reports today that people close to you, people in number 10, have been briefing against the Chancellor. What would you say to them? Are they speaking in your name? About Russian energy, but you'll know that Germany is sending huge amounts of money to Russia for fuel at the moment. When you see those atrocities in Ukraine, when you hear the mayor of Kiev talk about blood money, do you feel a sense of shame over that? And is the Prime Minister right that you're planning to end gas imports from Russia by 2024?
Jason, let me say, I think the answers to your question are, number one, no. Number two, if there are such briefings, they're certainly not coming from us in number 10, heaven knows where they are coming from. And number three, I think the answer is emphatically yes. I think that Rishi is doing an absolutely outstanding job.
Thank you for your question. It is clear that we are having a big job to do to get independent from the imports of fossil resources. And this is mostly about coal, oil and gas. And as you know, we are working very hard to be successful with this in the case of coal and oil during this year. In the case of gas, as I said, it is absolutely necessary that we build the infrastructure for being able to do so. It is not feasible to get gas instead from Russia today, from other places in the amount we need it. And this is the same with most of the other countries in Eastern Europe or also in the South. So it is a big investment into infrastructure and not just the question of finding new suppliers on other places of the world, which we are doing and which we are working on. It's also the question how we can get this gas to our country, because it's not helping if it's somewhere in a ship. It needs to be transported, and this is something for engineers and for investments, billions of investments, and we are doing it. And this is why we are quite we're optimistic that we will get rid of the need of importing gas from Russia very soon, and as the Prime Minister said, and we are working tough to be successful. Let me also say that the miscalculation of Putin is something that is really bothering him each day more. He knows the sanction regime is working, and this is also on financial sanctions against the central bank, for instance. The outcome of this is that he is not able to use the money he put in his storages and on his accounts. It was a huge mass of money which could serve him for a long time, but he is not able to get to all these resources for financing his war. And this is why our sanctions on certain banks and also on the central bank are so successful and so necessary, to be very clear. But he is also bothering about his mistake, because when all the countries in Europe and at many other places that are fighting for democracy and supporting Ukraine are taking decisions similar to Germany, this will have an impact on his economic expectations. Because if the war would be over, no one could believe that we will stop our investments, that we will stop our view to other countries that could generate the necessary supply. And this is, in the case of his economy, a very, very big damage, because if you understand that he is not having industrial sectors that are really earning money from exporting to the rest of the world, it is a problem if his chance to export gas, oil, coal, silver, uranium and all the other things to other countries is not that successful anymore. He has a problem for the development of his economy. And we were also tough on other aspects, for instance, high technology goods. We are working on being more precise in these fields in questions of IT and software. And all these things together will make it impossible for him to develop his country to an economic strength that gives him the chance to be a competitor on markets with other countries that are more successful in the economic sector. And so I think we are tough and we will be successful with what we do.
Thanks very much, Olaf. Heike Buser from RTL.
Thank you very much. I have a question to both of you. You Prime Minister and you Chancellor, do you have plans to travel to Kiev yourself in order to show your solidarity with Ukraine? And for you both, is there a certain timetable for that? And if you allow, the French president is come under heavy criticism by the Poles for speaking to the Russian president regularly. Do you both believe that it actually pays off and is worth talking to Vladimir Putin on the phone? And if you allow me to ask, how do you are you in touch personally with the Russian president?
Well, thanks, Heike. Let me just say first of all that I last spoke to Putin shortly before the invasion, and you can imagine the type of conversation that we had. He said he had no such plans. I said that it would be a catastrophe for Russia if he went ahead, as well as a catastrophe for the wider region, for the world, and so it has proved. That's the last time I spoke to him. I've got to say, I think that negotiating with Putin does not seem to me to be full of promise, and I don't feel that he can be that he can be trusted. That's not to say I don't admire the efforts of people who try to find a way through, but my own view is that I am deeply, deeply sceptical, and I'm afraid cynical now about his assurances.
Schönen Dank für die Frage.
Thank you very much for this question. The criticism voiced with regards to the French president is unjustified. To put it clearly, he was very committed, and in his talks to the Ukrainian president, but also in his talks with the Russian president, he tries to make his contribution to actually that we have the opportunity to achieve a ceasefire and a withdrawal of Russian. Just like with President Biden and Boris and many others. It is very important that we have a clear stance. Only the Ukrainians will negotiate about their country, about Ukraine. There's no one who talks to Putin who would like to replace Ukraine. We try to exchange information and bolster their position, and to tell the Russian president how the situation truly is, and to inform him about the extent and the numbers of the killed Russian soldiers, because this has tremendous repercussions for weaponry that cannot be used in Ukraine anymore. We inform him about the fact that his invasion, as he planned it, did not move forward the way he had intended to. So these are things that he may not hear from his inner circle. So it's good that others tell him that. And of course, time and again, it is important to come back to what we want to achieve. And what we really want to achieve is a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, that we're seeing Russian troops withdrawing, that Ukraine can decide on its destiny, that this war comes to an end. And it remains necessary to say this. We can all be sure, you can all be assured that we are in close coordination. We will continue to do that. And I said it at the outset, only Ukrainians will negotiate about Ukraine, and no one else is going to replace them, but we will support Ukraine, we will strengthen them and lend direct contributions so that they're in a good negotiating position, militarily, financially, and with the sanctions that we impose. Allow me, and are you planning a trip to Kiev? We inform each other and the press when we're starting our trip, actually.
We're trying to help people come from Ukraine. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help our German friends to take more refugees as well. Seb Payne, Financial Times.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Chancellor Scholz, what would you say to those who argue the stability of Europe demands an embargo on Russian energy demands and that Germany should accept the economic price of that, just as it demanded southern European members pay the price during the sovereign debt crisis? And during a meeting of EU foreign ministers on Monday, why are you not discussing an oil embargo? And Prime Minister, there's been reports that Chancellor Rishi Sunak held a green card while he was a government minister. Do you think it's acceptable for a member of your government to have a US green card? I believe you were a US citizen and gave it up at one point as well. And given that you've talked about European security and unity and purpose, can you now rule out triggering Article 16 of the Northern Ireland Protocol, given the situation? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I answered to your question already.
Thanks very much. Seb, I'm sorry to have to postpone you this morning. Just to say, look, on the that issue, as I understand it, the Chancellor has done absolutely everything he was required to do, and what was your second question?
It was about triggering Article 16.
Triggering Article 16. Olaf, we had a discussion about this. As you can expect, it came up. I think I raised it.
What was the result of that discussion?
It was entirely predictable, and I don't. The almost seamless harmony that you've observed between Britain and Germany today, I would not wish in any way to interrupt by going into that any further. But all I will say is that to answer your question, would we take that off the table? The use of Article 16? No, clearly not. There is a problem, but I think that. There is, as I hope has been clear from the conversation and from what you've heard from Olaf and me today, that we are really very much united on virtually every other issue of policy. Suzanne Ebner of R&D.
Thank you. So Prime Minister, Bundeskanzler Scholz, my question goes to both of you. Can Western sanctions ever be really effective while countries like India and China continue business as usual with Russia?
Suzanne, I think it's a very important question. I think that the answer is that yes, Western sanctions can be, and as Olaf said in his earlier remarks, will be increasingly effective, and I think that they will, over the long term, do more and more damage to the economic prospects of Putin's regime. And that doesn't mean to say we don't want other friends and partners around the world to do more. And I think that for China, there's a very interesting question to be addressed, and that is whether they really want to be associated closely with what is being done in Mariupol, in Bucha, whether they really want to be associated in Bucha, whether they really want to be associated with in any way condoning or in any way supporting the regime of Vladimir Putin. And I think as the days have gone by, that question has become increasingly difficult for China. That is my impression.
Ich stimme zu und will gerne
I agree, and allow me to add.
Die Sanktionen, die wir verhängt haben,
The sanctions that we've imposed so far have a tremendous effect on the economic prospects of Russia.
Und es ist gar nicht so der Fall, dass sehr viele
And we're talking about the high technology products and other products.
technologische Innovationsvorsprung, den viele Länder haben, die sich zu Sanktionen entschlossen haben.
Many countries have such high advances technologically that there are no other countries that can chip in and replace. There are many activities in the field of high tech, and this is why these sanctions are so effective, even though not everyone is participating. But we're advocating, campaigning for others to chime in, and we still we want to make sure that no one is attempting to circumvent these sanctions, and we do this in direct talks, and I think this also is highly effective.
Good. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Danke schön. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
So there we have it, the end of that joint press conference by the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, that press conference being held in Downing Street in London. Some key lines emerging from it. We learned from Mr. Scholz that Germany, he thinks, will be able to substitute its imports of Russian oil this year. And that is quite a significant ambition, given that a third of Germany's oil imports come from Russia. And also half of its natural gas, so we'll wait to see what happens on that. Other lines emerging, the UK Prime Minister, Mr Johnson, said Britain is looking at ways of supporting people who want to send certain military equipment to Ukraine. He said that the UK is willing to consider any form of defensive weaponry for Ukraine. And on the point about whether the sanctions are effective, that came up in the questions from journalists. Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, said that the sanctions that are currently in place on the Russian central bank and the banking sector mean that President Putin can... Now, that point about Germany reducing its reliance on imports of Russian oil, there was an additional line on that. Mr. Scholz said it's necessary also that Germany gets its fossil fuels from suppliers other than Russia. So that, of course, is more broad than just oil imports. That is all fossil fuels. There are, of course, logistical difficulties, although the United States has offered to provide liquefied natural gas to Europe to try and help wean it off Russian energy supplies. That is much more complicated logistically. The advantage that Russia has had is that its gas supplies are piped directly from Russia to the European countries that need it. But really significant line from Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, during that press conference. Well, Russia has denied launching a missile strike on a railway station in eastern Ukraine in which 40 people are believed to have died and many hundreds wounded. Russian forces have been accused of deliberately targeting the station in the city of Kramatorsk. The mayor of the city, Alexander Goncharenko, said the area had been full of people trying to escape the fighting in the east of the country. Cities in the wider Donbas region of eastern Ukraine have come under renewed attack as Russian troops refocus their war effort in the area. The Ukrainian government had urged civilians to leave as the fighting intensified. This is what Russian government spokesman Dmitry Peskov had to say a short while ago.
The Russian Defense Ministry has ruled out that our armed forces sent that missile. Our armed forces don't use this type of missiles, and also no missions were planned or took place for today in Kramatorsk.
The European Union has directly blamed Russia for the deadly strike on Kramatorsk railway station as top EU officials visited the capital, Kyiv. A visibly shocked EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen visited the suburb of Bucha. Ukraine has accused Russia of committing war crimes in the previously quiet town, and Ms von der Leyen was shown a line of body bags of alleged victims. She said the horrific scenes underlined the need for the EU to stand side by side with Ukraine?
We have seen the cruel face of Putin's army. We have seen the recklessness and the cold-heartedness with which they have been occupying the city. Here in Bucha we saw our humanity being shattered, and it is the whole world is mourning with the people of Bucha, and they are the ones who are, as you said, defending the border of Europe, defending humanity, defending democracy, and therefore we stand with them in this important fight.
Well, let's go live to Ukraine and the western city of Lviv. Our correspondent Dan Johnson is there. Dan, this attack on the railway station, of course, that's over in the east of Ukraine, but it seems to be, if it was indeed Russia behind that attack, it seems to be Ukraine.
Yes, and that's certainly how it's being seen by Ukrainian officials, that this may be the first step in Russia's military upping its campaign in the east, in the Donbass, as had been predicted after it completed its military withdrawal from the areas around Kyiv. We knew that Russian forces were pulling back from the north and the northeast of Ukraine, but the expectation was that they would focus their energy and there would be renewed attacks, heightened intensity to their military action in the east. Now, Russia has denied being behind this strike. They say they haven't used the type of missile involved for the last 2 years, but there has been evidence of some of those older Soviet-era missiles being used in Ukraine by the Russians in recent weeks since the start of the invasion. Now, whether this was a deliberate targeting of such a high-profile civilian site, the railway station, where we know 4,000 people were crowded at 10:30 this morning when those rockets fell on the station. We don't know if it was a deliberate strike or if this is some sort of accidental mistargeting, but certainly it will have put extra fear into the people of Luhansk and Donetsk. This was a final escape route, really, one of the last remaining hubs for them to take trains out of the east, further west to an area of safety. These were people trying to take their belongings, trying to get somewhere safer because they feared that more fighting was coming. It turns out they have been caught up in it. At least 50 people killed, around 100 at least have been treated.
Would send a type of armoured vehicle called Mastiffs to the country to help them continue to resist Russian forces. But is it enough? Joining me now is the chair of the UK Parliament's Defence Committee, also a former Defence Minister, Tobias Ellwood. Mr Ellwood, good to have you with us. Just explain how significant this announcement about the Mastiffs are. What are they? What can they do?
Yeah, it's a major step forward. Thank you for inviting me on. We saw these used in Afghanistan. They replaced the British Snatch Land Rovers. Very robust, they're bulletproof, very agile as well. And it's exactly what the Ukrainians have been asking for. I'm really pleased to see Britain step forward, break through the NATO hesitancy, if you like, the delays in thinking about Polish MiG fighters and so forth. Now individual nations are realizing that time is not on our side. As you've just been talking about some of the attacks taking place, the Russians are regrouping, withdrawing from the north, but reassembling, rearming, and attacking in the south. This kit must get in. I'm pleased Britain is stepping forward. I wish other nations would follow suit very quickly indeed.
It's interesting, just the words you used there, the Russian forces regrouping, re-attacking. So it's certainly, in your view, not a retreat. This is just resupplying and getting ready for another offensive.
Oh my goodness, we're about to enter another deadly chapter in this war. And any talk of this being over is really simply for the birds. And it worries me that we are not doing enough to meet the needs of the Ukrainian people. These forces, the Russian forces, will be regrouping, focusing on Donbass and indeed Odessa. And if Odessa falls, Ukraine will be landlocked. And the vital grain exports that are forcing food prices to go up around the world will not get out. Most importantly, Putin will be able to declare a win, a success story back to his own people. There are many things NATO can do, but I'm afraid we're stuck in this sort of peacetime risk-averse mode, which means that we're not doing as much as we could do. If we wanted to lean forward, we could create a humanitarian safe zone out around the port of Odessa, linking it with international waters to make sure those critical supplies to the rest of the world could get through. I fear, though, that we're still, whilst we're learning fast, we're not moving forward quickly enough to support the Ukrainian people.
Aside from that humanitarian safe zone that you explained there, what else would you consider to be enough, to be necessary in terms of the UK and perhaps wider NATO involvement in the conflict?
Well, everybody needs to match and catch up with the UK. I have to say, UK has done a brilliant job. I would like the UK to do more, but prior to the invasion, we were the one giving anti-tank weapons, which have been critical to slow down the initial advances. Why didn't the rest of NATO do the same? Why we keep declaring on what we're not going to do? You know, we have the most potent military alliance in the world, but they're on the other side of the NATO curtain. And we need to recognize and wake up to the... We have the most potent military alliance in the world, but they're on the other side of the NATO curtain. And we need to recognize and wake up to the prospect that this is not just about Ukraine, but a bigger picture here that is actually taking place. When you look at what's happening across the world, the linkage between the Russia and China axis, you know, I put it to you that is the Thucydides trap that is now in play. This is China and Russia both exploiting the war in Ukraine to hasten America's inevitable decline over the next couple of decades. It's happening now, and we need to wake up to that.
Mr. Elwood, there was a point you made just a moment ago, which is particularly interesting. Exports of grain, which is often said Ukraine was the breadbasket of Europe and the wider region.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, which is why I was saying for NATO forces to go into the country prior to the invasion. If we'd done our homework, we'd have realized how critical oil and gas exports are from Ukraine, how critical, you know, grain, wheat supplies are for the rest of the world. It would have been worth investing and recognizing this is important to us. But that port itself is absolutely critical. If that falls, then Russia will have a horseshoe of defenses all around the rest of the country itself, and it'll be very, very difficult to remove. And I'm really concerned to hear the NATO Secretary General today suggest that this war could go on for years. That suggests we do not have the grit, the tenacity, the determination to push Russia back. That must change.
Okay. Tobias Elwood, former Defence Minister and Chair of Parliament's Defence Select Committee, thank you very much for speaking to us here on BBC World News. Plenty more coverage here on BBC World News and on the live page on our website as well. Go to bbc.com/news for that, or the BBC News app. And you can reach me and the team on social media. You'll find me on there at Ben M. Boulos. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon.
Lively debate from Delhi on business, money and life. Now on BBC World News, Work Life India.
Namaste, I'm Devina Gupta and this is Work Life India on the BBC. Namaste, I'm Devina Gupta and this is Work Life India on the BBC.
It's been, you know, in March, it's not that hot really, but this year it's very hot. And we are taking many, you know, my mother is telling me to wear cap so that I go out and not that tanning that happens. I'm keeping water bottle with me at every time. And she tells me to keep one onion with me. So, yeah, so that the heat waves don't affect us that much.
I have at least 200 people asking for cold water every day compared to last year. It's extremely hot to stand here with my water cart, but this is the only way to make money for me.
I'm a rickshaw puller and it gets so hot during the day that after 2 rides, I have to rest. Else, I can't breathe.
I sell sunglasses, and these days people are asking for darker shades to save them from the sun rays. I have to stand in the sun to sell them. I keep drinking water, and when it gets unbearable, I also wear these sunglasses.
Well, I'm off to drink some of the school soda water and get some shade, but stay with us as we talk about the reasons behind the frequent heat waves and how are people bracing to deal with it this summer. All right, the studio is much cooler with the air conditioning, and thank God for that. But this is a luxury that most people in this country cannot afford. According to a recent study, heat waves have claimed over 17,000 lives in nearly 50 years in India. And of course, there is a huge economic cost as well. So are our cities prepared enough to save the population from this severe heat? To talk about it, we have with us today Ulka Kelkar. She is the Director of Climate Program at the World Resources Institute. Welcome, Ulka. Before we get started, any kind of home mother advised her to keep onions in her bag to beat the heat?
Well, my daughter came home from school today saying that students in her school were fainting during the school assembly and during afternoon sports. So definitely I have to think of some solutions. The best thing that I can think of is to cover your head and drink plenty of water. But definitely this March has been very hot. As you yourself said earlier, the hottest March in over a century.
Yeah, and that's what gets me, Ulka, because we are in a tropical country. We are used to this hot sun. We're used to the summer. We know, especially in the northwest region, how the heat could get extreme, but not to this extent. Why is it so hot this time around?
Well, I would say there are three types of factors that are going on. One is perhaps a very peculiar combination of the winds or the rainfall. So that's a very local, very specific phenomenon. Overall, what is happening is a worldwide phenomenon called global warming, where we find that the Earth on average has warmed up by more than 1 degree Celsius since the Industrial Revolution started, since we started living like this. And some parts of the Earth are warming up more than others. And if the average is 1 degree Celsius, then extreme heat events like these kind of heat waves are likely to become more severe and more frequent.
And Ulka,
that's
quickly,
really what we're seeing.
Before I get my other panelists in, you made an important point about how it's a global phenomenon as well. I mean, we've seen these heat waves in Canada and the US reported last year. Are they all interrelated to what's happening in India also?
I think definitely they're interrelated. You'll be surprised to know that just a couple of weeks ago, Antarctica was 40 to 50 degrees Celsius warmer than normal. And we all have seen the images from Australia, from Canada, of wildfires that are becoming worse. And for example, in 2003, there was a very severe heat wave in Europe in which 20,000 people died. And scientists have found that that heat wave was twice as likely only because of climate change. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as severe. So definitely there is a footprint of climate change that we are beginning to see more and more in these extreme events that we're encountering.
So interrelated to climate change as well. Anshu Sharma is co-founder of Seeds. He's a disaster management strategist who's joining us. Thanks, Anshu, for joining us. Well, Ulka talked about the impact of climate change on extreme weather events, including heat wave in India. We've already seen that there have been forest fires that Ulka referred to, which have been raging, especially in the western state of Rajasthan, in a tiger reserve in Sariska. Is India prepared with a disaster management policy to deal with such an extreme event?
So, Devina, we do have a disaster management policy. We've recently put in place a very good disaster management plan at the national level. But then the scale of what is happening and how quickly it is changing is still a little beyond what we are able to capture and address. So you mentioned the fires in Rajasthan. In fact, there are fires right now across all of the central, northern, eastern and western states. There's more than 30,000 fires burning as we speak. So, while the heat is something we feel in the face and we worry about that, it's literally something like a fever. When you have a fever, you try to deal with it, but there are many other things that are going around. So, the heat is symptomatic. It is one of many symptoms of the fact that there's something terribly wrong with the health of our environment. And fires is the other. In the coming times, we will see our taps running dry. There will be water stresses and droughts. Then there will be urban floods. There will be cyclones. So it's a very large, very complicated, interrelated set of things. And we are still trying to get our heads around where to begin addressing them.
But as you mentioned that it's a symptom of a larger disease, so to say, but is there a solution to it? Are there any quick fix, temporary solution? What do we need to do in a long-term objective to deal with this kind of extreme events, especially heat wave in our cities? To talk a little bit more about that, let me welcome Sachi Tripathi. She is founder of Terracotta by Sachi. Sachi, every time that there is a conversation around climate change, we talk about that there is no planet B, we need to save the planet, we need to change the way we are living. And many people are advocating a zero waste lifestyle to cut down on plastics. Where does products that are made by you fit in here? And especially when you're looking at a hot summer to keep your food cool, to keep your water cool, what kind of products are you seeing which are making a comeback from the yesteryears of our grandfathers and grandmother, where terracotta used to be the go-to material?
Yes, so in yesteryears, we had terracotta covering all areas of our life, so right from cooking to serving to storing of food or water, everything was terracotta. For example, I'd say the coolers that you use for chai or lassi are lower fired, not fired to a very high temperature,
The
and they
earthen
can
cup
degrade easily.
The earthen cups, which are called
the
kulhar.
earthen cups.
Yes.
Yes. And then, for instance, I don't know if you can see it, there's a water bottle or a surai in my hands. So, these are a little higher fired because they are meant for longer usage, and because of its insulating and porosity and cooling properties, terracotta is today being used for cooking, for serving, for, preserving food, for also as, for making coolers and ACs. People are using innovatively and making refrigerators out of the inside cooling chambers. Yes.
They're using terracotta for air conditioners, they're using terracotta for making refrigerators. That's the innovation. But Anshu, if I think about this option, I imagine on an average a family would have at least 2 air conditioners that they need in their homes. We all live in concrete jungles of high-rise buildings which are developed by builders for mass housing. So you need air conditioning solutions during hot months. Eco-friendly way of using terracotta perhaps seems to be a niche solution then, not a long-term mass solution.
So I think you said it right. For long-term mass solutions, we'll need to figure out simpler ways that people can understand easily and be able to implement. So I think in the beginning, someone was talking about, and Ulka spoke about, covering your head. And of course, head is the most precious part of your body in some ways, but also that's where you gain a lot of your heat. And similarly, in buildings, it's about 80% of the heat gain in a building happens from the rooftop, which is why you would be reading a lot in recent times about cool roofs, how you, just by cooling the roof, you can control a lot of the temperature inside the building. Similarly, then after the roof, it is your west wall. The west sun, the afternoon sun in the summers is the hottest sun. So if you can find ways to shade your west walls, to cover the windows on the west, to insulate the western side, that would reduce a lot of the heat gain. So even if you continue to use your air conditioners, we're not saying that you would completely get rid of them. Even if you continue to use them, you can reduce the load on them. You can reduce the energy consumption by reducing that gap that they need to fulfill.
I want to And this has actually led to a vicious cycle of more carbon emission, because 75% of total power generation in India is from burning fossil fuel, that is coal. And you can't get away with that cycle, because the hotter it is, the more electricity consumption there is, the more cooling devices are being used. And again, it's leading to carbon emissions. So where does this cycle leave India's own target of meeting net zero emission for carbon by 2070? Is that also sort of a belated target for India?
You're absolutely right. I think the cooling demand from India is going to increase, and the electricity for that cooling needs to come more and more from renewable energy. But I would also argue that we need to have a plan for those who don't have access to electricity for cooling, those who don't have air conditioners, primarily farm workers, construction laborers, and anybody who really lacks adequate cooling. Perhaps they just use ceiling fans or not even that. There is a study, in fact, that finds out that for every degree Celsius rise in temperature, the productivity of workers falls by 4%. This is a huge economic loss for our country.
But Ulka, here is also another problem, because often urban planning is the result of the housing urgency for those who are migrating to cities in search of more jobs, more income. And that's the dilemma that many policymakers are facing as well, the tussle between the environment and the development in an economy like India, where there is an urban migration, which is a reality.
I would actually argue that it's not environment versus development. A lot of research now is showing that you can have environment-friendly actions which are at lower cost, which pay for themselves. I mean, I'll give a very simple example. Right now, the safe human temperature, the safe temperature for humans is 35 degrees Celsius with humidity. So you have to look at both heat stress and humidity together. And once this temperature threshold is breached, we'll have major health impacts. So think about it this way. What would be the cost of building the health infrastructure and providing the kind of medication and medical services? Or could you instead have preemptive precautionary measures where you bring in thermal comfort concerns into even things like affordable housing? Anshu talked about how...
Yeah, I want to get, exactly, I want to get Anshu in at this point of time, because you've been working, Anshu, with the people from low-income community. It's boiling inside. You can't imagine someone and a family living under that tin roof. Are there alternatives available, Anshu?
Many alternatives available, Devina. One of the things that we've noticed in many of these low-income communities is that since these people come from villages, they were farmers back home, they often come and grow foodstuff. So there are these vines that go up, they're spreading over the roofs, these tin roofs also. They put a net and they're growing gourd, they're growing brinjals in little pots near their doors. And just the act of shading your rooftop with something that is, as a byproduct, also giving you good food, can reduce your indoor temperature by about 6 or 7 degrees. Add a little bit of insulation below that, you get another couple of degrees of lowering. Add a little dormer window which can ventilate and it can make the air move through the house, you get another degree or two. But then there's other parts that need to be dealt with as a neighborhood, and we call those local climate zones, and there are other parts which will have to be much larger in nature.
And also the reflective paint. I've seen some homes in slum areas trying to paint their wall with reflective paints.
Yeah. So we've been trying that with homes, we've been doing that with schools. You know, just putting a coat of lime on your rooftop, which may get washed off in the rains that will come in the next few months, which is fine because in the winters you actually need the heat gain. But just painting it white can help you with 3-4 degrees of temperature in a roof that is exposed.
And Sachi, that's where I want to bring you in, because when you talk about affordable solutions, I was speaking to a lot of people in the market that I visited, and especially people from the lower income group. For them, it's just another day. Obviously, they're focused more about earning their income. Even if it's hot, they have to go outside their home so that there is food on their table by night. But many of them then feel the aftermath of working in such horrible conditions. One of them talked about how he gets dehydrated. Another person told me that he feels like vomiting every time he steps out of his home, but he's a street hawker and has to work. Are our cities looking the other way when it comes to dealing with practical problems that people from lower income groups face during the peak of summer?
So I'll tell you what, these frugal innovations are in fact coming from these same communities that you're talking about. The Mitti-Cool refrigerator that I spoke about, which uses the evaporation and cooling property of terracotta to create a fridge in actually store vegetables and milk and everything and keep them preserved there. These are affordable solutions completely. The Mitti-Cool refrigerator is around 5,000 rupees. and is readily available, and anybody can, just install that small device in their own homes and use natural products.
So around 50 pounds. Yes, Anshu, you want to make a point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just hearing you, and I thought that when we talk about affordable, we very quickly slip into low-cost solutions. And a problem that we face in our work when we do housing is that the moment you say it's low-cost, it implies that it's for the poor, and then nobody wants it. We need to drive these as solutions for everyone in the city.
Absolutely. And with that, Sachi, thank you for joining us and sharing your views on this conversation. We'll bid you goodbye at this juncture. Keep cool this summer. Thank you so much for joining us.
Keep cool. Thank you.
All right, with that, let's change the gear and let me get our next guest in. She's Deepa Subramaniam, co-founder of Woody Grass, who's joining us. Their platform advocates bamboo-based products to encourage alternative consumerism, and that helps restore the planet. So thank you, Deepa, for joining us. First up, let me ask you, do you have plans to go out this summer from the city to escape the city heat?
I can't say that about escaping the heat, but I travel a lot in all kinds of rural backgrounds for the work that I do, for the platform that I run. So yes, I'm going to brave the summer.
I'm going to take a break and I'm going to head to the hills. But here's what's happening there, because I want to take our audience to how the northern hill city of Shimla is a popular tourist destination where tens of thousands of tourists make their way to beat the summer heat. But for the past few years, even there, people are facing many challenges due to the massive tourist inflow. Chief among them is water shortage. We spoke to a few residents about their problems. Take a listen.
We don't have a proper water supply. We are dependent on private water tankers that supply water to our homes. Every day, at least 2 tankers are needed, which costs a lot.
We are getting water once in 8 days. We have to store water and use it judiciously. People are cutting trees to make homes, and that's why water is not available.
Many tourists come to Shimla during this period to escape the heat, and the demand for water goes up in our hotel. So we have to plan for this water shortage during these months.
Well, there goes my plan for holiday in Shimla. But Deepa, are you surprised to see the scenario just at the foothills of Himalaya, at such a popular hill station, that there is a water shortage and the temperature, even during this season, is actually rising there?
I wouldn't say surprised, but it's saddening for sure.
What's the solution then you would advocate, Deepa, in such a scenario?
So from a bamboo plantation point of view, what we realize is that bamboo plantation can give us a lot of green cover. You could plant bamboo plantations. You can have them grow to full height in 3 to 5 years. Also, what bamboo does is it completely binds soil, and the leaves that fall off from the bamboo trees can give about 6 to 8 inches of the humus layer. Now, all of this enriches the soil, brings better rainfall, controls soil erosion, improves the groundwater tables, thereby the water shortages can also be overcome.
Ulka wants to come in, but Ulka, I also want to ask you this. We've had enough warnings. You have had the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, the IPCC, which is a UN body, warning in 2 of its reports that India would see more frequent and intense extreme weather events, including heat waves. Are our policymakers also doing enough to prepare our cities for a scenario like day zero, where there would be a sort of a trickle-down effect, where there could be food shortage as well? It could lead to desertification of our cities. Are our policymakers taking note of it?
Absolutely. I think I would add 2 big solutions. One, industry really needs to start thinking about water recycling. I think this is going to be a major limitation. And the other is, remember we spoke about thermal power plants and renewable energy plants, right? Fossil electricity and renewable. Well, it turns out that moving from thermal power plants to renewable electricity also saves a huge amount of water. So it's really a win-win for us if we are able to replace fossil electricity by renewable electricity in a big way.
Well, that's the big plan. But again, there are practical difficulties in trying to get the solar panels installed, getting connection for it. In fact, we've done a podcast just around that. But Deepa, that's where I want to ask you, what would you like policymakers to help you with so that there could be more awareness, there could be more discussion, and hopefully more and more people switching to a sustainable lifestyle?
I think a very, very pertinent question. And I think the consumer mindset is one of our greatest challenges. So if policymakers could start pushing for, if you can have 30% of all produce to be from sustainable materials only, if government can also talk about why this is important and what are the different avenues, there I think we can, as entrepreneurs, start seeing a change, because then people will start tilting towards us. It is very hard for urban people to now suddenly, after being so used to, like all of us, having an air conditioner, having all your disposable habits, the things of cups and glasses and bottles and mineral water.
Yes.
We find it very hard to now say that, we can't use this. So we now want to say that, all right, use what you must, but here's another way you can do it. You can still have a good life, but maybe it doesn't have to harm the planet.
Every bit counts over there. But Anshu and Ulka, last word to both of you, because it's a billion-dollar question that everybody wants an answer to. India's heat wave challenge. Have we reached a point of no return? Anshu first and then Ulka.
Well, on the heat side, I think we have reached a point of no return. On the solution side, there's a lot more that can be done to make lives much better.
All right, optimistic note there. Ulka, is the worst yet to come? Or is this an aberration that we're seeing right now, that there is a severe heat wave, but if we course correct now, there is still a chance?
There is still a chance. We have dealt with extreme events before. We have dealt with all kinds of stresses and challenges before. So the trend is very clear, and the direction in which our actions need to be focused is also very clear. We just need to combine policy, corporate action, as well as consumer behavior.
Well, the forecast for this summer, at least in the Northern Plains, it's going to be exceptionally hot. So taking all those points on board, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as we discussed, this panel strongly believes that India needs to be prepared for dealing with extreme weather events, including heat waves. Initiatives like using alternative materials for building construction and adopting cleaner technologies are a part of the solution. But a truly significant impact can only be made by collective action towards sustainable living to save our environment. So are you ready to do your bit? Do share your views at Delhi_WorkLifeIndia at bbc.co.uk or tweet using hashtag WorkLifeIndia. Do check out and subscribe to our podcast as well. Just search for Work Life India. Till we meet again, it's Namaste from Davina.
Having a global perspective creates a deeper understanding. Because in our connected world, all news is international.
The impact on Europe and the rest of the world would be devastating.
So, for in-depth analysis
of the biggest stories from the US and around the world,
relations between Russia and the West have reached a new low.
Join our team and find out what is really going on.
BBC World News America.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
The global supply chain is under pressure and it's leading to shortages around the world. So what is happening and what could that mean for you?
We're buying more and more things online, and that means a surge in demand for products made here in Asia. But the world is running out of warehouse space like this.
With so much congestion at many ports lately, we've got a big reminder of just how important cargo shipping is to the global economy.
And here in India, the shortage of chips caused by pandemic disruption has hit the country's largest car manufacturer, with production plummeting.
The fragility of the global supply chain has been exposed by a combination of factors, and it's being felt across the world. Is the chain broken forever, or can it be fixed for a more sustainable future?
Business on the BBC. Make the connection.
Hello, this is BBC World News. I'm Ben Boulos. Our top stories. At least 39 people are killed in a rocket attack on a train station in eastern Ukraine. Hundreds are reported injured. President Zelensky describes the strike as evil with no limits. Shock on the face of the European Commission president as she comes face to face with the reality of war in Ukraine.
Here in Bucha, we saw our humanity being shattered. And it is, the whole world is mourning with the people of Bucha.
We'll have the latest on Ursula von der Leyen's visit to Ukraine, also on the programme. Emmanuel Macron has warned that nothing is impossible, as polls suggest his lead over far-right rival Marine Le Pen is narrowing in the run-up to Sunday's presidential election. Hello and a very warm welcome to BBC World News. It's good to have you with us. Russia has denied launching a missile strike on a railway station in eastern Ukraine in which 40 people are believed to have died and many hundreds injured. Russian forces have been accused of deliberately targeting the station in the city of Kramatorsk. The mayor of the city, Alexander Goncharenko, said the area had been full of people trying to escape the fighting in the east of the country. Cities in the wider Donbass region of eastern Ukraine have come under renewed attack as Russian troops refocus their war effort on the area. The Ukrainian government had urged civilians to leave as the fighting intensified. Meanwhile, Britain's Ministry of Defence says Russian troops have now fully withdrawn from northern Ukraine to Belarus. From the north to the east could take at least a week. Our correspondent in Ukraine, Emma Vardy, has the latest.
En route to safety, struck down before they could escape. Officials in Donetsk say thousands of people were waiting for trains, having been encouraged to leave the city by local authorities, when rockets hit the Kramatorsk station. At least 30 people are believed to have been killed. President Zelensky, speaking to the Finnish parliament a short time afterwards, said there was no reason for the railway station to be attacked.
This is an ordinary railway terminal. People crowded, waiting for the trains to be evacuated to the safe territory. They hit these people. There are witnesses, there are videos, there are remnants of the missiles and dead people.
In Borodyanka, beneath the rubble, more casualties of war. Bodies are still being pulled from what remains of the town. Ukrainian officials accuse Moscow of deliberately targeting civilian areas with shelling. Today, in a sign of solidarity with Ukraine, the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, is visiting Kyiv to hold talks. The Ukrainian government wants sanctions increased even further on Russia. The EU's dependence on Russian oil and gas, they argue, is helping to fund its military aggression. In the western city of Lviv, a protest outside the Russian embassy, accusing Russian troops of looting areas they've captured. The everyday objects stolen from family homes. There is outrage and despair in Ukraine over the alleged brutality civilians have suffered at the hands of Russian soldiers. Talk to people here, many echo the calls of the Ukrainian president for more military support to be given to Ukraine, because there is fear over what more is to come. Russian forces have sustained losses, but as they regroup, the expectation is that the Donbass region in the east will become the new epicenter of the war, as warnings continue for people to leave.
Emma Vardy reporting there. Aid worker Nate Mook was at the scene immediately after the strike, and he told us what he saw.
So our team had just passed by the station over an overpass. I had looked down and seen the thousands of women, mostly women, children, and seniors that were waiting to board some of the trains. There was uncertainty whether trains would go today because of the attack further down the rail line that disrupted the railway. So about 2 minutes after that, as we were headed to our warehouse to collect flour to bring to a bakery where I am right now, where we're preparing food, we heard the blasts, and they really shake you from the inside. We didn't know, obviously, where they had hit at the time, and immediately were notified that they had hit the train station. So we went over to both check on the volunteers that we knew that were there, and also just to understand the situation. It's very difficult to put into words. We saw dozens of casualties. We saw ambulance services taking the injured away. The fire department, the ambulance service here came very fast. They were able to put out the fires. Many cars had burned. Windows were shattered as part of the station. There was the remnants of a rocket, or potentially a still intact rocket, that was sitting just right outside in the parking lot that had landed out front, and they were cordoning that off in case it were to explode further. The scenes of devastation, I mean, this is a packed area where women and children and people with disabilities were waiting to get on an evacuation train. Families have been evacuating throughout this invasion from all major cities in Ukraine. And the train station, the railway stations have been that lifeblood of the country to get people to safety. And except for certain areas, of course, we know about Mariupol, but in many places, those train stations have largely not been directly attacked. And even rail lines, there have been limited attacks on them. And so I think there was certainly a feeling that these were women and children trying to get out of the town, that there was a relative sense of calm and safety.
Aid worker Nate Mook speaking to us a short while ago. Well, the Kremlin has denied that it was behind the attack. This is what the Russian government spokesman Dmitry Peskov had to say a short time ago.
The Russian Defense Ministry has ruled out that our armed forces sent that missile. Our armed forces don't use this type of missiles, and also no missions were planned or took place for today in Kramatorsk. Our armed forces don't use this type of missile, and also no missions were planned or took place for today in Kramatorsk.
In Ukraine continues. We've seen Russian troops retreating in an apparent attempt to regroup and reorganize. Military experts around the world are trying to guess what President Putin's next move will be. Joining us now is Alexander Danieluk, a former Ukrainian finance minister and head of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. He's also a current member of Ukraine's military. Thank you for joining us. I just wonder what you make of the troop movements that we're seeing by Russia in the last few days.
Yes, good evening. I think there is a consensus that Russia is planning to focus their actions in the east of the country. They retreated from Kiev, Chernihiv, and actually today they freed up entirely the Sumy region as well. So three regions of Ukraine are now totally free of Russians. They regroup and they put reinforcement and preparing for the massive attack in the east of the country. We need to understand that, you know, the war is driven mainly by personal ambitions, sick ambitions of Putin. He feels extremely irritated by his losses, of his failure of his initial plan. He just underestimated the ability of us Ukrainians to forces. So, and he is, I would say, even humiliated by this defeat. So obviously the next wave, he personally cannot afford to lose. So he would put a lot of resources. That's why he's, preparing now. And it's only a question of time when he's going to start this. And also, he doesn't have much time because he's under time pressure to deliver results. So we should expect these actions relatively soon, within days.
So is it your view then that what could follow once the Russian forces have resupplied, rested and regrouped could be worse than we've seen so far?
This is how I see it. Mostly this will be the case. There is only one factor that really can kind of mess Putin's plan, is if West will accelerate the supply of heavy weapons. That would force Putin to re-examine his plans, because every supply of heavy weapons, which we still lack, right, can change the balance of this war. We have a very motivated army. We have a very skilled army. What we need is the proper arms. For example, we received recently the anti-ship missiles from Great Britain, and that's a game changer in the Black Sea region. Well, already I spoke to my colleagues in Odessa, and they feel like relieved, because this is what was lacking from the beginning of the war. They feel much more confident now. It opens opportunity for us to clear the Black Sea, not just militarily, but also to renew our economic activity. So the same applies to the next wave of aggression. If we get artillery, multiple rocket launch systems, air defense, if we get it soon, very soon, that could change Putin's plans. Otherwise, he will stick to what he has at the moment in his mind.
Okay, Alexander Danilyuk, thank you very much for speaking to us here on BBC News. Mr. Danilyuk, there, former Minister of Finance, head of the National Security and Defence Council of Ukraine.
Thank you.
Well, the European Union has directly blamed Russia for that deadly strike on Kramatorsk railway station as top EU officials visited Kyiv. The visibly shocked EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen visited the suburb of Bucha. Ukraine has accused Russia of committing war crimes in the previously quiet town, and Ms von der Leyen was shown a line of body bags of alleged victims. She said the horrific scenes underlined the need for the EU to stand side by side with Ukraine.
We have seen the cruel face of Putin's army. We have seen the recklessness and the cold-heartedness with which they have been occupying the city. Here in Bucha we saw our humanity being shattered, and it is the whole world is mourning with the people of Bucha, and they are the ones who are, as you said, defending the border of Europe, defending humanity, defending democracy, and therefore we stand with them in this important fight.
The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, has spoken to the BBC's Clive Myrie in Kyiv. He started by asking about this morning's attack on a railway station in eastern Ukraine, as we've been reporting, which killed at least 50 people.
What is your reaction to the attack on the railway station at Kramatorsk today?
Awful. I wonder if it was a signal sent to everyone who is traveling by train, as we have been doing. But it's clear another attempt to break the morale of the Ukrainian people by attacking the civilians. The Russian army is not able to win the war by fighting with the Ukrainian army, has been withdrawing from Kiev, repelled from Kiev, and now they kill people, they kill innocent people.
Are they targeting civilians?
For me it's clear. Look what we have seen today in this city, in Bucha, you know, the big buildings, bomb, bomb, bomb. They are clearly done in purpose.
So they're committing war crimes?
Well, that's a court to decide, and we are going to support investigations. Because in order to say a crime, you have to prove evidence. For me, the evidence is clear, but in front of a court, you need concrete things. And we are going to support the Ukrainian procurator, public procurator, in order to provide this proof, to provide evidence, which is evident when you see what's happening. But in front of a court, you need evidence, you need proof. And it's clear for me that what has happening in Ukraine is war crimes.
But what would you say to those people who would argue that the European Union is funding Vladimir Putin's war machine because it's buying oil and gas and coal?
Don't make caricatures. European Union, the members of the European Union has been buying oil and gas and paying for it before the war, and still. But we stopped coal, and everything is on the table. On Monday, the foreign affairs ministers, in the meeting I will chair, they will go again to discuss how and when we can get rid of the oil and gas dependencies.
How long? How long will that take?
Oil is much easier than gas. Gas is more difficult because there's no alternative, an easy alternative. The Americans will provide gas. Oil is much, much easier, but I cannot tell you a date. You cannot cancel a strong dependency overnight, but we will do it.
EU Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell there, speaking to my colleague Clive Myrie. Do stay with us here on BBC World News, still to come. France prepares to choose its president for the next 5 years, but how will people vote? I'll be speaking to the author of How the French Think.
This funeral became a massive demonstration of black power, the power to influence.
Today is about the promise of a bright future, a day when we hope a line can be drawn under the bloody past.
I think that Picasso's works were beautiful, they were intelligent, and it's a sad loss to everybody who loves art.
Hello, I'm Ben. This is BBC World News. The latest headlines. At least 39 people are killed in a rocket attack on a train station in eastern Ukraine. Hundreds are reportedly injured. President Zelensky describes the strike as evil with no limits. The UK Prime Minister with no limits. The UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz have announced plans to increase cooperation in countering Russia's war in Ukraine. The British Prime Minister says the UK will send more military equipment to further help Ukraine.
Today I can announce that the UK will send a further £100 million worth of high-grade military equipment to Ukraine's armed forces, including more Starstreak anti-aircraft missiles, which fly at 3 times the speed of sound, another 800 anti-tank missiles, and precision munitions capable UK has already dispatched. But Olaf and I agree that our two countries and our allies must go further and provide more help to Ukraine. The Europe we knew just 6 weeks ago no longer exists. Putin's invasion strikes at the very foundations of the security of our continent. But his ambition to divide us has demonstrably failed. On the contrary, he has succeeded in uniting Europe and the whole transatlantic alliance in support of Ukraine and in strong solidarity with each other.
Boris Johnson there. Well, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, laid out Germany's plans to end dependence on Russian energy. He also explained how sanctions will cause problems for Russia's
aspects, for instance, high technology goods. We are working on being more precise in these fields and possible for him to develop his country to an economic strength that gives him the chance to be a competitor on markets with other countries that are more successful in the economic sector.
Germany vote to choose their next president. Most polls are suggesting this election could be more tightly contested than in 2017. The incumbent, Emmanuel Macron, is likely to come out on top, but his closest rival, Marine Le Pen, is gaining ground. If no candidate wins a majority in the first round, a second-round runoff will be held on the 24th of April. Let's speak now to Dr. Sudhir Hazari Singh, who's a politics lecturer at the University of Oxford and an expert in French history and politics, also the author of How the French Think. So, your take on this, how do you think the French think about their options?
There's a lot of uncertainty at the moment because, for one thing, this hasn't been a typical campaign. The events in Ukraine have been very much at the heart of the news coverage of the last few weeks in France, just as in Britain. And it's unusual also because the president, the incumbent president, hasn't campaigned at all, hardly. He's only had one public meeting. He refused to take part in a television debate with all the other candidates. And so Macron hasn't really put himself out there. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why his numbers have been falling recently. But I think the main reason why there's still a lot of uncertainty is that you mentioned 2017 a moment ago. Basically, the French political system is still as fragmented today as it was in 2017. So that uncertainty still exists right now.
And that may still exist, but one thing that's a huge difference is the position that Emmanuel Macron finds himself in this time. He is effectively the status quo candidate, the incumbent, the continuity candidate, whereas just 5 years ago, he was the one promising to shake everything up. He was the outsider who was going to change it all.
Indeed, his campaign pamphlet was called Revolution. So he has moved quite a long way. And indeed, I think that's one of the reasons why his base of support has been shrinking. In 2017, he received quite a lot of votes from people on the left. But over the past 5 years, most of that support has drained away. And if you look at what Macron has actually done in terms of achievements, most of the things that he's done as a conservative politician. In fact, if you look at his cabinet, his chancellor and his home secretary are people who come from the right. So he's really filled the gap that existed with the kind of disintegration of the old Gaullist and conservative party. He's effectively become a mainstream right-wing candidate at the moment.
Something that struck me in the last few weeks, or last few months even, with the departure of the German Chancellor, former German Chancellor Angela Merkel from office, it felt at times as though Emmanuel Macron was trying to recast himself as a bigger leading statesman on the international stage. And I've got in mind those meetings that he held in Moscow with President Putin, trying to get him to rethink his plans on invading Ukraine. Do you think that sort of effort will play to his advantage in this election or not?
Well, he didn't succeed very much, did he, in brokering anything. So I don't think that helped him very much. But I think foreign policy isn't really foremost in the minds of most French voters. And indeed, one of the striking things about Marine Le Pen is that she's arguably closer to the Russians. And indeed, her political movement has a huge loan from a Russian bank. But that doesn't seem to have affected her ratings in the poll, quite the opposite.
And we're assuming that it will go to a runoff, are we?
Yes. And the latest polls show Macron getting around 27%, Marine Le Pen around 22-23%. Now, those figures can go up and down a little, but neither of them will get anything close to an absolute majority. And it'll be a runoff very likely between those two again.
OK. Dr. Sudhir Hazari Singh from University of Oxford, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Three-time Wimbledon winner Boris Becker has been found guilty of 4 charges and acquitted of a further 20 counts relating to his 2017 bankruptcy. The 6-time tennis Grand Slam champion was accused of hiding millions of pounds worth of assets, including 2 Wimbledon trophies, to avoid paying his debts. Becker has been bailed ahead of a sentencing hearing on the 29th of April. A recently discovered drawing by Michelangelo has been unveiled ahead of its auction next month, where it's expected to fetch more than $30 million. The previously unseen work by the Italian Renaissance genius is believed to be his first known nude. It dates from the late 15th century, when the artist was at the start of his career in Florence. The auction comes after France lifted an export block in an attempt to acquire it for the state. Better start saving if you want to bid. That's just about it from me. You can reach me and the team on social media. You'll find me on there at Ben Mboulos. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon.
Hello there. Storm Diego is whipping across France and Germany through Friday. The Low Countries, there are numerous warnings out for the heavy rain, but also in particular for the strong winds. Stormy conditions through the Bay of Biscay, pushing into northern Iberia, heavy snow for the Alps. Behind it, we've got this really cold air and strong winds up across Scandinavia, down towards Poland. Red warnings here for that stormy weather as well. By Saturday, it's all blowing across the Balkans, and we've got snow still across the high ground, the cold air following behind. So the warmth is ahead of that across Turkey. Having had some rain this week, it's starting to dry out a little bit, perhaps some cloudy conditions across Malta. Then we've got that rain, the remnants of the weather front tied in with Storm Diego. Behind it, it's colder temporarily, but the mild air is going to start to make inroads later in the weekend. It's still chilly across Scandinavia, increasing amounts of snow, particularly for Norway. By Sunday, as you can see, that weather system's dive further southwards towards Greece, heading around the Black Sea as well. Cold air follows on, but of course, this time of year, the April sunshine's pretty strong. So where the winds are light and the skies are clear with the sunshine, it'll feel a little warmer than the temperature would otherwise suggest. And you can see the mild airs returning to London and to Paris into next week, and indeed for Madrid, although still some unsettled weather around here, as we'll see in Berlin. But for Athens, despite a bit chillier, we do have some sunshine here.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further
to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
I'm Katrin Nye, an investigative journalist. A year ago, I found out about a glamorous design agency that had staff from all over the world. The problem is, it's not real. And I've spent the last year working out how so many people ended up working there. Jobfished on BBC World News.
Next on Hard Talk, my guest is the young Russian racing driver Nikita Mazepin, who was fired from his Formula One team after Putin's invasion of Ukraine. He and his billionaire oligarch dad now face EU sanctions. What kind of impact will sporting isolation have on Russia?
France voted for change 5 years ago. Emmanuel Macron said reform would weaken the appeal of the far right. But as France prepares to vote again, the far-right leader Marine Le Pen seems closer than ever to beating him. Join us live as France decides, here on BBC World News.
Now on BBC World News, veteran World Affairs editor John Simpson talks to BBC correspondents, going Unspun World.
Hello and welcome to Unspun World, where the BBC's experts across the globe provide straight answers about what's really going on. This is Lviv in western Ukraine, a long way from the fighting, but the main transition point for humanitarian aid and indeed weaponry in this extraordinary invasion by Vladimir Putin's Russia. You can see something of Lviv's complex history from the buildings, Polish, Austro-Hungarian and Soviet. Now the statues are covered up to protect them from attack. Lviv is one of the two main centres for the BBC's reporting of the war, together with Kiev. But how difficult is it to stay balanced and unbiased when your own country is under attack?
That's the biggest professional and human challenge of all my life. The world which I've known for so many years is falling apart.
With so many terrible stories coming out about war crimes, how can we know what's really true?
They are giving us their testimony. Our job is to try to corroborate or verify those claims.
And how do the correspondents When the Second World War broke out, the BBC set out its rules for reporting the war. Talk to your audience, they said, even the Germans who are listening, as though you've met them in a neutral cafe. Don't make things up and don't insult the enemy. The instructions ended, above all, there must be no room for rant.
And the entire country, your homeland, is being replaced by abyss. It's turned into abyss. And you, as a journalist and as a human being, you observe how this abyss is widening. Danger is the direct threat to life, to everybody. And then you observe this and you understand that you have to continue to report. You know, this temptation is possible, absolutely. Because all your heart, all your mind is obviously on the side of your country. And as a journalist, you are supposed to stay impartial, balanced, fair, accurate, etc. This is very challenging. you just first have to stay away from any signs of hatred speech, elements of hatred speech towards anybody. That's first-hand eyewitness accounts, and they're self-telling. They will tell to audiences here, the domestic audiences, Ukrainian audiences, and international audiences, how easily in that particular war their battlefields are being turned into the war crimes fields. As long as this is my country, my homeland, I can grasp many nuances, many minor details, which are big truths of this war.
What, so you'll know if people are exaggerating, for instance?
Exactly. I really can understand this. And that's the reason, for example, why I have filters, professional filters, when I hear first-hand accounts from any serious towns which are under the Russian siege.
As a Ukrainian, as a human being, not as a journalist or working for the BBC, did you ever think any of this might happen?
This country lived with this threat throughout the centuries. And it's repetitive. When Russia prepares for next campaigns, military campaigns, any kind of aggressions, in order to, in fact, to compensate the inability of solving problems inside their country by victories, military victories, achievements, alleged achievements outside. And Ukraine is a country which is still seen as the heartland of the Russian historical mythology. Kiev, capital of Kiev, Rus. Yeah. So this ancient, ancient state, which is still seen by Russia as their historical legacy.
Will Ukraine ever be able to forgive Russia for what it's done?
I can answer this question as a journalist first. It's easier. I've heard so many opinions and so many accounts of so many people from various parts of this country, from Lviv, from Mariupol, Russian-speaking Mariupol, Russian-speaking Kharkiv, from Kiev, saying the same. It cannot be forgotten and it cannot be forgiven. Very simple.
Ever?
Ever.
And as a person?
And as a person. As a person, you know...
And around the besieged town of Mariupol, where Russia is using the same brutal tactics it perfected in Chechnya and Syria. Mariupol is a key Russian objective because it sits in the middle of the coastal strip which links Crimea, which Russia seized in 2014, with the eastern territories around Donbass, which it hopes to capture now. The town has endured weeks of bombing and artillery attacks, and conditions there are said to be appalling. Here in Lviv, several hundred miles away, Hugo Bachega, a reporter for BBC Online, has been meticulously chronicling Mariupol's suffering.
What we've been trying to do is sort of establish a network of people that we can sort of rely on to try to get those daily updates from a city that's been completely cut off from the rest of the country and the rest of the world. So these are residents who have managed to leave. They've been sort of the eyes and ears of the world.
But we do know that civilians are still being targeted on a daily, hourly perhaps basis, do we?
Exactly, and I mean there are some pictures and videos and some accounts that do manage to be sent by people who are in Mariupol, and they send those accounts to their relatives and loved ones. And the picture we get from those accounts is terrifying, because they talk about being under relentless attacks day and night. I interviewed a family just days ago, and they were saying that, well, we would spend the days in our flat, hiding in the corridor between, walls, so we would be protected if it was the case of our, residential area being attacked or being shelled. The nights would be spent in the basement because it was safer, but we would wake up at 5 o'clock every day because that's when the constant shelling and the constant attacks would start. They would talk about having to melt snow because there was no water available. They would talk about having almost no food supplies, no medical supplies. People would come together in the streets to cook the very little they had.
Do we know how many people there are there?
So Mariupol before the war had a population of about 450,000 people. It was thriving, it was booming. Every single person.
And it was beautiful too, I've been there.
Exactly, and every single person, every single Mariupol resident, you know, they tell us, look, the city was vibrant, and then the war came to, you know, the city and everything has been destroyed. The city council believes that that 90% of the city's buildings have been damaged or destroyed, a third of them beyond repair.
Are you confident that what we're talking about actually is going on? That it isn't, you and we are not victims of Ukrainian propaganda?
We have to rely on the accounts we receive from residents and from people who are there, and they are giving us their testimony. Our job is to try to corroborate or verify those claims. I think one of the things, you know, that I think captured everybody's attention during the war was the attack on the drama theatre. And we knew that the drama theatre was being used as a civilian shelter for hundreds, perhaps up to 1,000 people.
And the word children or child was on the forecourt, wasn't it? Painted in front of it for any pilot or any gunner to see.
Exactly. And if this person really existed, or if this woman was, you know, really the person that she was claiming to be. And in the end, we had, you know, a number of different sources.
And then, just occasionally, something happens to remind you that it hasn't gone away. Just the other day, Anna Foster, who's usually the BBC correspondent in Beirut, was getting ready to do a live update for the news when a missile hit just outside the city.
Oh, okay. Look, I saw a flash there.
The camera happened to be rolling at the time.
Should we carry on? You sort of process things that are going on around you in a much more detached way, almost, when you're about to go live, and you think about things. It's almost as if things are happening to somebody else. But of course, as you know very well, the moment at which you know that something is happening is the moment where that fire within you makes you feel that you want to broadcast the most and tell people what's going on.
How do you get the information that you feed down the line to the studio and gets broadcast everywhere?
Oh, it comes from everywhere and in such huge volume. And I think one of the key things that we find, particularly in this conflict, and reflecting it back to the name of your programme, it's to try and cut away the spin. You need to give this unspun picture. And of course, at a time of war, you hear very different stories from each side. People have reason to try and get their own narrative out there. So you have to really sift through all of this information that comes. But one thing that for me is always very important is for us to see things, for journalists to on their TV screens, how it's affecting them, what their friends are saying. All of these things are so vitally important when you're trying to build up a picture. It's things that you see, it's things that people tell you. You know, you need to really immerse yourself in everything and then draw out those key strands, the most important details that you think that the viewers and listeners need to know, and then build that into a story that makes sense, that has context and analysis.
Now, you live and work in Beirut normally. How does that kind of feed into reporting on a European city in trouble? I mean, are there parallels?
I think there are parallels because Beirut, Lebanon, and the wider Middle East that I cover has seen so much conflict.
over the last few years. And I think one thing that I am often thinking when I'm covering this one is what it will be like for these people in 10 years' time. People at the station, for example, here in Lviv yesterday, and there was a steady stream of people coming out. There were children, people with pets, people wheeling huge suitcases, their entire lives that they had brought with them, and they step out blinking into the sunlight and they think, what am I going to do now? Where am I going to go next? And when you see, and when you've heard so many stories like that, you just sort of hope within yourself that for these people and for this conflict, that it will be shorter and hopefully less brutal, and hopefully that these people will somewhere find a life and some peace.
Back in January, I was in Afghanistan making a documentary about the humanitarian disaster that was overtaking the country following the victory of the Taliban and the collapse of the Afghan economy. Since then, the world's attention has been taken up with events in Ukraine. But how bad are things in Afghanistan now? And are the Taliban turning out to be as extreme as they were when they were in power from 1996 to 2001? Just before I left for Ukraine, I went to see Hamid Shuja of the BBC Afghan service.
Let's go back and try to remember what the Taliban were remembered for or known for during their first reign in the late 90s. Women, or the lack of them in the society, was one thing, for example. Stopping people for not having beards long enough was another thing. Not allowing secondary school girls to go to classes was another thing. Strict religious rules and a strict interpretation of the Sharia was something else. Over the past few months, I think we have seen almost each one of these memories, if I would say, come back to reality. Girls' education, secondary education for girls, although they promised that they would allow them, but last month we saw that they U-turned their own decision. Only last week, government employees, civil servants walking into their offices in early morning hours was stopped by the religious police and told not to come to work until they have beards that are long enough, according to their interpretation.
Why did that happen?
There are religious hardliners within the group, people who mostly come from the southern provinces, from Helmand, from Rozgan, who are in charge of the religious police, who are in charge of the Supreme Court. That is the powerful faction within the Taliban, who have the foot soldiers, who have the majority, and who think that things like international legitimacy or international recognition, it just doesn't mean anything to them.
But this, of course, will have a serious effect on aid from abroad and from the attitude of organizations like the World Bank, for instance.
That's an unfortunate reality. The world right now has so little leverage or influence or control over what the Taliban do that they're desperate to kind of conditionalize aid money with other conditions, for example, girls' education, women's rights, and only recently, just a few days ago, after the Taliban U-turned on their decision to send girls back to school, the World Bank said they would be reconsidering sending about $300 million in aid to Afghanistan, and it does have an impact on civilian lives and people's lives in Afghanistan.
Well, when I was there earlier this year, everybody was saying we're on a cliff edge, this country is going to collapse, it's not going to be able to feed its people. Has that happened? Is that in the process of happening?
It hasn't got worse than a few months ago, but it hasn't improved either. The only positive thing might be that winter is gone and we are probably moving towards better weather. Access might be more possible, but almost half of the population, half children in the country, are on the brink of malnutrition. 95% of the population needs aid, mostly food.
How easy is it for the BBC to get news in, for instance, from the outside world into Afghanistan?
It's going to be more difficult. For instance, BBC Pashto TV is not on air. We used to broadcast into the country via partner channels. That has been banned.
The natural expectation will be country more intensely, the opposition to them will grow. Is that fair? Are there signs already of opposition?
When you talk about opposition to the Taliban, I think the important question is who will lead it? Do we have a figure who is important enough, trusted enough, charismatic enough, so that a larger chunk of the Afghan population would gather around that person? You look into the current situation and you don't get a lot of names.
To a 150.
The way the Russians and Western countries began cooperating in space was one of the most heartening things that followed the collapse of the old Soviet Union.
Say their farewells, Vande Hei on the left, Dubrov and Shkaplerov nearby.
There was genuine comradeship on board the International Space Station. But now, in one of the completely unintended consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that's now in jeopardy. Russia says it'll...
Launching their satellites up into space on a Russian rocket. Well, they're not going up on a Russian rocket anymore. You've had an astronomical observatory that belongs to Russia, and Germany has said, we don't want to work on you with that. So they've actually turned off their instrument on there. So I think this idea that, you know, space operates without any borders, I don't think you can really say that anymore.
So this can't be mended, it can't be patched up.
So, you know, the International Space Station is kind of seen really as the big symbol of collaboration. It's a joint venture between the Russian Space Agency, between NASA, between the European Space Agency, Canadian Space Agency, Japanese Space Agency, and there are people on board up there as well. So we're not talking about kind of robots not going to Mars. And in fact, you know, we've just had Russian cosmonauts and American astronaut come down together from the space station in a Soyuz capsule. So collaboration is still happening at the moment. There's a Russian segment to the space station, and then there's a segment that belongs to everyone else. And the problem is the technology on the space station, kind of one half is reliant on the other. So, for example, the Russian bit of the space station is in charge of propulsion. So if the altitude of the space station starts to drop down a little bit, Russia just gives a little blast of propulsion and it goes back up. And that's really important. On the other hand, the other bit of the space station, which is operated between NASA, Europe, Japan, Canada, that's in charge of the electrics. The two chunks simply couldn't operate without the other. So really with the space station, the only way you can keep it operating is if it is done as a collaboration, or you say, right, the whole thing's over.
Does this mean that Russia's going to turn to China and that they'll form some sort of space alliance?
Possibly. And I mean, Russia was moving a bit in that direction anyway. I mean, China's really interesting because it's kind of become a space power out of nowhere, really. You know, in the last few years, China has sent a rover up to the moon. It's landed a rover on Mars. It's got astronauts, the taikonauts up in space. You know, they're building their own space station there. And one possibility is, as the collaborations of the West cease with Russia, Russia starts to join up with missions take years to design, to build, to launch.
And we could find ourselves with a new battlefield.
Possibly. I mean, space has stayed out of that. What's quite interesting was at the end of last year,
Aftermath of their attacks around Kiev is being revealed day by day. Well, that's it from another edition of Unspun World. I look forward to seeing you again soon.
wherever you go in the world. Going places together.
Hello there. We've had some early spring heat across California, the Great Basin. That will ebb away into the weekend. Actually, cooler weather prevails here. But the heat does push further eastwards, just adding to the critical fire risk that we've seen quite extensively through the Central Plains towards the Gulf Coast on Friday. And that heat, strong winds and dry weather the concern here. Either side, we've got weather systems still quite chilly in the northwest and still in the northeast with some snow. But rain's the concern as we head into southern parts of Brazil, northern Argentina. Again, flash flooding risk here and landslides. And we've seen that in Colombia recently, and unfortunately here, along with many other northern areas, it stays very wet. There are still warnings out for the remnants of Storm Diego, which was whipped across the Low Countries on Friday, pushing its way southwards and eastwards through the weekend. Cold air follows on behind, so some snow over the hills and progressively more snow as well across parts of Scandinavia, particularly Norway. Really soaking rains across some parts of southern Africa here into Botswana. As you can see, we could see some flash flooding here after record-breaking heat across Levant and into Egypt and Libya. That should ease just a little bit into the weekend, but we've still got a lot of excessive heat across many parts of the Middle East, and the breeze, the Shamal, picks up a little bit, so some dusty weather around. And red warnings out for the heat across parts of northwestern India, the states up here towards Rajasthan in particular, and into Pakistan. Temperatures in excess of 40 degrees by day, day after day. Still some wet weather around the northern Gulf of Bay of Bengal and in Sri Lanka. We've got some more soaking rains to come across the likes of the Philippines. This is a storm, a tropical cyclone, could become a typhoon over the weekend, but it looks set at the moment to steer clear of land. Lots of showers though elsewhere, and we could still continue to see further showers across parts of New South Wales and more coming into southern parts of Australia, and the river levels still yet to peak in a few areas. We'll watch the remains of a storm bringing potential rain and strong winds into New Zealand into next week. As ever, there's more on the website.
Today at 6, we are live in Ukraine, where at least 50 people are dead and hundreds more injured after rockets hit a train station in the east of the country. It happened as thousands of people were trying to escape heavy fighting in the region. Russia denies any involvement.
You can see the effects of the blast on these parked cars behind me, now burnt out. And on the pavement you can see bags of food that they were taking for their journey to safety, along with dried blood that smeared across the pavement.
Meanwhile, the President of the European Commission sees for herself the horrors of the war in the city of Bucha, as Britain...
Hello, I'm Ben Boulos in London. The other stories making headlines this hour. Emmanuel Macron has warned that nothing is impossible, as the polls suggest his lead over far-right rival Marine Le Pen is narrowing in the run-up to Sunday's presidential election. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan says he is disappointed by the court verdict against him ahead of a vote of no confidence this weekend. Hello and a very warm welcome to BBC World News. Ukraine says at least 50 people are dead and dozens wounded after rockets hit a railway station in the city of Kramatorsk in eastern Ukraine. Thousands of people were at the station at the time as they fled Russian attacks, and officials accuse Russia of a deliberate strike on civilians. Let's join my colleague Clive Murray for the very latest from Ukraine.
Good evening and welcome to the BBC News at 6, live from the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, with news of missiles hitting a train station packed full of people in the east of the country. At least 50 are dead, including 5 children, while many more are injured. The station in the city of Kramatorsk had become a major hub in the war for civilian evacuations from the Donbass region, which has seen fighting by Russian separatists for many years and is now the focal point of Vladimir Putin's war effort. It's thought around 4,000 people were in and around the station when the missile years and is now the focal point of Vladimir Putin's war effort. Most of them women, children and the elderly. Russia denies any involvement. Boris Johnson says it's a war crime to attack civilians. Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale has the very latest from Kramatorsk, and a warning: you may find his report distressing.
All they were trying to do was to flee their city to safety, but many never made it out. These were the scenes outside Kramatorsk's train station soon after the explosion. It killed at least 40 people, including 10 children. Hundreds more were injured. The emergency services were soon on the scene, collecting the bodies and taking the injured to hospital. The belongings they were carrying with them for the journey still strewn across the floor.
I jumped into the passage where there are walls. Everyone was panicking. People were screaming and crying. Then I saw a wounded woman. She was bleeding heavily. She was taken somewhere into a room. There were also several wounded people there. I saw people lying in front of the building. I don't know whether they were wounded or dead.
People were panicked and stressed. Some of them were badly wounded, and we tried to help them.
Close by, the remains of a missile lay on the ground. Written on the casing in Russian were the words "for the children." It's not clear why or where it came from. But Western officials say that while it was difficult to say definitively, they thought it was likely to be a Russian missile, fired indiscriminately. Over the past few days, this has been the scene at Kramatorsk station. Thousands of people trying to get out. They've been told by the authorities to leave as Russia steps up its offensive in eastern Ukraine, where cities and towns have been targeted. As you can see, the station outside it's empty, but this morning it was packed with people, many of them women and children, trying to flee this city to safety. You can see the effects of the blast. They have targeted the city with artillery and airstrikes. Ukraine's President Zelensky has little doubt that Russia is responsible. He dismissed its denials and described it as an evil that has no limits. The region's governor said he believed that cluster munitions were used, banned by many countries. The carnage was certainly spread over a wide area. And Britain says that if this was a deliberate attack on civilians, then it amounts to a war crime. Jonathan Beale, BBC News, Kramatorsk.
Well, international efforts to isolate Russia are continuing. Boris Johnson announced that the UK is sending another £100 million worth of military equipment, including surface-to-air missiles and anti-tank weapons. The Prime Minister was holding talks with the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz at Downing Street, while the EU President Ursula von der Leyen has been visiting Ukraine to offer her support. Our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams has that story.
In Bucha, a chance to ponder the brutal realities of this war. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, in the town where Ukraine says hundreds of civilians were killed by Russian troops.
The whole world is mourning with the people of Bucha. And they are the ones who are, as you said, defending the border of Europe, defending humanity, defending democracy. And therefore we stand with them.
Today, Slovakia became the first country to send a major air defense system, the Soviet-era S-300. With a major Russian offensive looming, this is one of several new moves to supply Ukraine with the kind of equipment it says it badly needs. In Downing Street, with Germany's new Chancellor by his side, Boris Johnson said Britain was also doing more.
Today I can announce that the UK will send a further £100 million worth of high-grade military equipment to Ukraine's armed forces, including more Starstreak anti-aircraft missiles, which fly at 3 times the speed of sound, another 800 anti-tank missiles, and precision munitions capable of lingering in the sky until directed to their target.
Supplies are coming in from all over the world. The Czech Republic has sent a fleet of Russian-made battle tanks. The Ukrainians know the T-72 well and can use it with no extra training. Russian military wreckage litters the roads where they've been and gone. Ukraine's armed forces have fought tenaciously and with great skill. But most believe sterner tests lie ahead. Will all the new equipment arrive in time? And will it be enough? And could the West do more on the economic front? The German Chancellor facing difficult questions about his country's continued reliance on Russian oil and gas.
Do you really think that Germany has gone far enough, fast enough to move away from Russian energy?
I can give you the very clear answer. We are doing the strongest investments and we are doing the hardest activities feasible to get independent, and we will be successful.
Britain is also bolstering NATO. The Defence Secretary Ben Wallace in Romania today offering 2 more RAF Typhoon jets. Whoever wins the war in Ukraine, NATO's presence in Eastern Europe has been utterly transformed by this war. Paul Adams, BBC News.
Russia invaded this country just 6 weeks ago, but in that time, whole districts have been destroyed. There's possible evidence of war crimes being committed, and more than 10 million people have been forced to leave their homes. The war is transforming the nation. Jeremy Bowen has been reporting on the conflict for more than a month, and he sent us this report, a warning it does contain some upsetting scenes.
Yuri Dekhtarenko went back to the place where his daughter Ina was killed. The war has changed everything for Ukrainians. Why did you burn her? These ashes, he says, are all that's left. Ina was a doctor, his only child. She was picking up medicines at a humanitarian center when it was destroyed in one of Russia's last attacks before the retreat from Kiev. In early March, the expectation was a Russian advance into the capital, not a withdrawal. To escape it, thousands crossed into Kiev over the ruins of a bridge the Ukrainians had destroyed to slow the Russians down. 11 million people, about a quarter of Ukraine's population, have been forced from their homes so far. The first battle. There could be another. As they directed the defense of the capital, generals explained how Russian armor was getting bogged down and attacked in marshy ground. Ukrainian willingness to fight and die upended every prediction of a swift Russian victory. Men under 60 have to stay to fight, but everyone I've met is a willing volunteer. We followed 2 students, Maxim Lutzik, aged 19, and his friend Dmytro Kiselyenko, who's 18, since they signed up just after the invasion.
I'm studying economy. And I'm studying biology.
They looked like friends off to a festival, except they had weapons. Kyiv was turned into a fortress in a remarkable feat of national mobilization. Dmytro and Maxim's military career started on the checkpoints. Since then, they've seen active service, fighting on the front line. And there's the Volodymyr Zelensky effect.
That's why I ask you to stand against the war.
The Ukrainian president, ditching his suit for army green and sharing the people's dangers, is sharpening Ukrainian identity and independence in the eyes of the world. Just before Russia pulled back from Kyiv, it hit a big food warehouse. The invasion means Ukraine, once on the edge of Europe and European minds, is now center stage. This is a world crisis, not just because the Russians have driven a tank through international law or because of what they're doing to civilians, though that matters a great deal. It's because the world's biggest military power confrontation than at any time since the Cold War. The world has seen the damage inflicted on the Russians by motivated, well-led Ukrainian troops armed with NATO weapons. This was Bucha. But just as plain are the risks of escalation if NATO gives the Ukrainians the much more deadly weapons they've requested. The head of Ukrainian military intelligence says the dangers of not confronting Putin's Russia are much worse.
This is the war of aggression in the heart of Europe that completely destroys the world's existing political and military security systems. If the world swallows Putin's aggression and offers no radical solution, it will be repeated over and over again.
Russian atrocities are helping Ukraine win the argument in the West. We saw dead bodies, some definitely civilians, left where they were killed by the Russians. And after they killed Irina Kostenko's only son Alexei, she had to bury him in their garden on her own. The young soldiers, Maxim and Dmitro, are back in Kiev. Like all Ukrainians, they believe they're in the fight of their lives.
I think that we are fighting not only for our country's life, we are fighting for the life of the whole civilized world.
Have you changed?
Yeah, I become more systematic, probably, and unfortunately more ruthless.
They're buying the new gear they'll need when they're rotated into the battles of the East in a few days.
It really fits him. It's a Cosmo warrior.
Yeah. Morale is high. So are the risks. This was the funeral for a volunteer who did not survive the battle for Kyiv. This war looks as if it will be long and hard. If it's a fight to the finish between Putin's presidency and Ukraine's independence, everyone, the wider world included, faces even worse danger. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Kyiv.
Jeremy Bowen and his reflections on 44 days of battle. Well, the war here has seen millions of people flee their homes, seeking safety and shelter, and the trains have been a lifeline. The staff on the railways throughout my time reporting this story have been proud, very proud. They've kept the carriages moving, despite everything. To deliberately target the network by attacking a major station, if that's proved, would be a new low in an already despicable war. That's it from me and the team here in Kyiv. Now back to you in the studio.
Clive, thank you. Do stay with us here on BBC World News, still to come. France prepares to choose its president for the next 5 years, but how will people vote? We'll hear from the author of How the French Think.
This funeral became a massive demonstration of black power, the power to influence.
Today is about the promise of a bright future, a day when we hope a line can be drawn under the bloody past.
think that Picasso's works were beautiful, they were intelligent, and it's a sad loss to everybody who loves art.
Hello, this is BBC World News, the latest headlines. At least 50 people are dead and many more injured after rockets hit a train station in eastern Ukraine. The President of the European Commission sees for herself the horrors of the war in the city of Bucha, as Britain and Germany agree more military aid for the Ukrainian army. On Sunday, people in France contested than in 2017. The incumbent, Emmanuel Macron, is likely to come out on top, but his closest rival, Marine Le Pen, is gaining ground. If no candidate wins a majority in this first round, a second-round runoff will be held on 24th of April. Earlier, I spoke to Dr. Sudhir Hazari Singh, who's a politics lecturer at the University of Oxford. He's also an expert in French history and politics and wrote the book, How the French Think.
There's a lot of uncertainty at the moment because, for one thing, this hasn't been a typical campaign. The events in Ukraine have been very much at the heart of the news coverage of the last few weeks in France, just as in Britain. And it's unusual also because the president, the incumbent president, hasn't campaigned at all, hardly. He's only had one public meeting. He refused to take part in a television debate with all the other candidates. And so Macron hasn't really put himself out there. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why his numbers have been falling recently. But I think the main reason why there's still a lot of uncertainty is that you mentioned 2017 a moment ago. Basically, the French political system is still as fragmented today as it was in 2017. So that uncertainty still exists right now.
And that may still exist, but one thing that's a huge difference is the position that Emmanuel Macron finds himself in this time. He is effectively the status quo candidate, the incumbent, the continuity candidate, whereas just 5 years ago, he was the one promising to shake everything up. He was the outsider who was going to change it all.
Indeed, his campaign pamphlet was called Revolution. So he has moved quite a long way. And indeed, I think that's one of the reasons why his base of support has been shrinking. In 2017, he received quite a lot of votes from people on the left. But over the past 5 years, most of that support has drained away. And if you look at what Macron has actually done in terms of achievements, most of the things that he's done as a conservative politician. In fact, if you look at his cabinet, his chancellor and his home secretary are people who come from the right. So he's really filled the gap that existed with the kind of disintegration of the old Gaullist and Conservative Party. He's effectively become a mainstream right-wing candidate at the moment.
Dr. Hazari Singh speaking to me earlier. The United States Supreme Court has a new justice. Ketanji Brown Jackson has been confirmed by the Senate. She'll become the first black woman to sit on the country's highest court, and only the 6th woman in history to be a Supreme Court justice. A short time ago, Ms. Jackson said the appointment was a great honour.
I have dedicated my career to public service because I love this country and our Constitution and the rights that make us free. I also understand from my many years of practice as a legal advocate, as a trial judge, and as a judge on a court of appeals, that part of the genius of the constitutional framework of the United States is its design, and that the framers entrusted the judicial branch with a crucial but limited role. I've also spent the better part of the past decade hearing thousands of cases and writing hundreds to stay in my lane and to reach a result that is consistent with my understanding without fear or favor. I am humbled and honored to continue in this fashion as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, working with brilliant colleagues, supporting and defending the Constitution, and steadfastly upholding the rule of law.
Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan says he will not accept any government that takes over ahead of a vote of no confidence on Saturday. He said he was disappointed with the ruling by the country's Supreme Court that he acted unconstitutionally in asking the President to dissolve Parliament before the vote could take place. Our Pakistan correspondent
face this vote of no confidence in Parliament, and as you say, he was widely him as Prime Minister and nominate their own candidate without even the need for fresh elections. But instead, at the last minute, the Deputy Speaker of the House, well, he prevented that vote from taking place. And Imran Khan and his party dissolved Parliament, calling for fresh elections. Yesterday, the Supreme Court said that they did not have the right to do that. It overturned all those dramatic events that we saw last Sunday. Parliament will reassemble tomorrow. The vote of no confidence is due to be held then. We're waiting to see what further tricks Imran Khan and his allies have up their sleeves. He's vowed to fight until the last ball, using a cricketing analogy. Of course, he first came to prominence as a cricketing national hero in Pakistan.
Scientists have rejuvenated the skin cells taken from a 53-year-old woman, making them equivalent to those of a 23-year-old. The eventual aim is to develop treatments for age-related diseases. Here's our science correspondent, Palab Ghosh.
The breakthrough was made at this lab in Cambridge. Diljit Gill added chemicals to the skin cells of a 53-year-old woman. He could scarcely believe his eyes when he studied them under a microscope 12 days later.
I remember the day when I actually got the results back, and I was basically in shock and didn't quite believe that some of these samples were 30 years younger than they were supposed to be. I literally double-checked that the labels were the right ones and kind of spoke with people in the lab, and yeah, it was a very exciting day.
The technology is based on It was created from an adult cell that was rejuvenated all the way back into an embryo. The aim at the time was to use cloning technology to turn cells taken from human patients into embryonic stem cells to combat many of the diseases of ageing, but it didn't really work out. Those behind the latest research believe that they have now made a significant step forward.
To be able to now imagine that there could be applications that could help with conditions, as we all know, many common diseases in humans get worse with age or arise with age. And to be able to think about helping people in this way, it is very, very exciting.
But there's still a long way to go. The chemicals used in the rejuvenation process increase the risk of cancers. But now that the scientists know that age reversal is possible in principle, they have a new way forward. Palab Ghosh, BBC News.
You can reach me and the team on social media, and there's plenty more on the website bbc.com/news. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon.
Hello there. Storm Diego is whipping across France and Germany through Friday. The Low Countries, there are numerous warnings out for the heavy rain, but also in particular for the strong winds. Stormy conditions through the Bay of Biscay, pushing into northern Iberia, heavy snow for the Alps. Behind it, we've got this really cold air and strong winds up across Scandinavia, down towards Poland. Red warnings here for that stormy weather as well. By Saturday, it's all blowing across the Balkans, and we've got snow still across the high ground, the cold air following behind. So the warmth is ahead ahead of that across Turkey. Having had some rain this week, it's starting to dry out a little bit, perhaps some cloudy conditions across Malta. Then we've got that rain, the remnants of the weather front tied in with Storm Diego. Behind it, it's colder. The mild air is going to start to make inroads later in the weekend. It's still chilly across Scandinavia, increasing amounts of snow, particularly for Norway. By Sunday, as you can see, that weather system's dive further southwards towards Greece, heading around the Black Sea as well. Cold air follows on, but of course, this time of year, the April sunshine's pretty strong. So where the winds are light and the skies are clear with the sunshine, it'll feel a little warmer than the temperature would otherwise suggest. And you can see the milder airs returning to London and to Paris into next week, and indeed for Madrid, although still some unsettled weather around here, as we'll see.
I've reported for the BBC for around 30 years, looking at global disease threats and innovations in medicine. These girls are benefiting from a vaccine which is offered routinely in wealthier countries. I first became aware of this new coronavirus in early 2020. This has been such a fast-moving story and was relentless. The NHS is now on the brink. There's been a wealth of information, and it's my role as medical editor to put that clearly and succinctly for the audience. It is hard to overstate just how important this vaccine could be. It was a privilege to be able to film the very first volunteers to receive one of the vaccines during the trials. It is science we have to thank for giving us this route out of the pandemic. Coronavirus is going to be with us for years to come. We're going to have to learn to live with it, but will not see our lives dominated by it.
I'm Katrin Nye, an investigative journalist. A year ago, I found out about a glamorous design agency.
It seemed like the perfect job. Loads of good clients, like big brands like Facebook, Samsung.
Dozens of people from all over the world work there.
You hear about startups that explode all the time and all these people who are billionaires because of it.
I didn't meet anyone in person. The whole thing was just online.
That's when alarm bells started ringing.
The problem is, it's a fake design agency. It's not that.
The email had the evidence of how we've never worked with
design agency. It's not that.
The email had the evidence of how we've never worked with Samsung or Facebook. Everything's just basically fake.
No one in my organization.
Now on BBC World News, the biggest African and international news stories. Focus on Africa.
This is Focus on Africa. I'm Nkwesa Burek. Our top stories. Food prices across the globe hit a 32-year high, and Africa has one of the heftiest bills. We have an exclusive interview with one of the leading economists and financial strategists on the continent.
Hi, I'm Nora Fakim and I'm live in Paris, and I'll be talking about the upcoming French presidential election on Sunday, and the race is getting tighter.
Also in the programme, they do say, don't they, that there is no cosmetic for beauty like happiness. But more and more men sure are reaching for the products and some pampering as male skincare grooming grows in popularity. And Peter has all the sport. It's the big one. Some say the title decider as Manchester City host Liverpool in the Premier League this weekend. Hello and welcome to Focus on Africa, coming to you from BBC World News. Well, figures out today from the Food and Agriculture organisations show that your weekly grocery shop is about to get a whole lot pricier if it hasn't already. The UN agency's measure of the monthly cost of a basket of commodities is seeing its highest average global hike in 32 years. Whilst these are global figures, analysts are saying that the picture isn't looking any better for African countries as the prices on most products soar right across the continent. So let's just take you through some of those figures. Now, in the 5-year period ending in March of this year, those prices have shot up 28%. That's a lot of inflationary pain being felt around the world in an already difficult post-pandemic recovery period. And of course, it's expected to continue until later this year. So let's look at Africa. Well, the price of cereals, for example, have increased significantly in many regions, but especially in West Africa. And when I say cereals, I mean millet, maize, rice, oats and sorghum. So, in some cases, those increases have been eye-watering. Let's just take you through some of those. The price of maize in Ghana has shot up 181%. Millet in Mali, 108%. And rice in Guinea, 50%. So there are various reasons then as to what is exactly behind these increases. Let's just break it all down. I'm going to speak to the chief economist for Africa at the Standard Chartered Bank, Razia Khan. Razia, thank you so much for joining us. I know how busy you are, so really grateful you're with us today. I found a very interesting fact that compares wheat consumption between Northern Africa and America, and the diets in North Africa is around twice that of America. So the calorie consumption is 35%. So in terms of the context of what this is all happening in, could you just describe it for us? Because it was already a pretty stressful market, wasn't it, for cereals?
It was, certainly, and we should not forget that one of the key drivers of the current strength in food prices, the Food and Agricultural Organization statistics that you had spoken about, it is the Russia-Ukraine war. Especially across North Africa and some of West Africa, there is a significant import dependency for imported wheat, for example. Egypt gets something like 80% of its wheat from Russia and Ukraine combined. So current geopolitical stresses will add to the pressure on food prices. Consumption patterns in places that are very reliant on what is essentially an imported grain are going to be a source of vulnerability. And this is especially the case in countries which, for a whole host of reasons, might have been seeing exchange rate.
Razia, where do you see things going? Are we going to say that it is going to be the external costs of getting different supply chains, or is the shortage of supplies going to carry on? I mean, it's not sustainable, is it? These prices can't keep going up.
It's not sustainable, and the hope is that with improved planting elsewhere, that some of the pressure will gradually fade. But the problem is, in the very near term, it's not as though there are easily available substitutes. And I guess a key question is, well, what can different authorities do about this? To the extent that policy settings on exchange rate stability, this might help offset some of the pressure. But essentially, when the pressure is coming from food prices or something like energy prices, where economies were essentially doing much better, but there had been supply chain constraints that everyone had to contend with during the COVID crisis. We know that there have been frictions related to the tightness of labour markets. And as a result of this, in developed markets especially, central banks are having to raise interest rates to reassure on their ability to control inflation that much faster. For developing countries and for many African countries, the problem is that there's not very much that they can do when faced with those very difficult external conditions.
Razia, I wonder, I'm probably being very simplistic about this. Africa grows maize, it grows rape. So why are we importing cooking oil? Because that's another foodstuff that comes from Russia and Ukraine. Africa produces oil, so why are they importing fuel? Where's the lesson here?
The simplistic answer is that a lot of global trade has tended to be organised along the lines of where it made most sense. host of domestic staples that many different countries are easily capable of producing. And perhaps the current strength in imported wheat prices might trigger a shift in consumption in those countries. But it's not easy to do. On the issue of fuel prices, we would need a good long while to talk about refining capacity, why we haven't seen more in the region, but it is something that is occupying policymaker minds.
I'll hold you to that. We'll get some time and sit down and go through that. I want to just finish off, Razia. I don't know if you're able to look into your crystal ball and tell us the economic trends you'd like to see and you're hoping to see on the African continent moving forward.
Well, the good news in terms of 2022 is that we have come out of the COVID crisis. The World Health Organization and others are starting to update their thinking on just how impacted Africa had been. Vaccine supply is improving. And this means fundamentally that we're unlikely to see the kind of constraints that we had seen on growth in 2020. That said, there are new geopolitical risks. As difficult as near-term conditions are going to be, Africa still has a lot of the drivers of longer-term growth. A younger population, favourable improvements in productivity, the embrace of new technology, and there's a lot that can still be done with that to drive future growth trends.
Razia Khan, the Chief Economist for Africa at the Standard Chartered Bank. Thank you very much for your time and have a lovely weekend.
Thank you.
The first round of the 2022 French presidential election is taking place on Sunday, and it looks like it's going to be a very tight race. Opinion polls show the far-right candidate Marine Le Pen has been gaining momentum in recent days against the incumbent President Emmanuel Macron. Well, earlier today, Mr. Macron voiced regret for starting his campaign late. He only announced in March, the 3rd actually, that he would run for a second 5-year term. Well, let's get the latest from our reporter in Paris, the BBC's Nora Fakim. Hello there, Nora. First off, why should Africa care about what's taking place in France?
Well, France has always had a strong relationship with its former colonies in Africa, whether it's politics, trade and business. But there are other countries who want to invest in these same just behind him, and she wants to reduce inflation. Inflation is a big concern in France. She also wants to help the working class, but she has strong stance when it comes to immigration and the issue of the veil. She still wants to ban the veil in public spaces, and this will affect a lot of the African diaspora who are originally from North Africa or some countries like Senegal and Mali.
Yeah, Nora, I was looking at some of the figures, and I believe Marine Le Pen lost, or rather Mr. Macron won by a 30% margin 5 years ago in the last election. And at the moment, the polls are showing Ms. Le Pen having a 24% share of the vote and Mr. Macron 26%. It really is close, isn't it? So those key issues are going to count. Can you just take us through some of those?
Well, there's a galloping inflation since the 70s, and some people are worried about the health system, especially since COVID-19. But, you know, the polls are showing that a quarter of French people still don't know who they want to vote for. And a quarter, this same proportion, might not.
Nora Fakim, I know you'll be watching that closely, and we'll be discussing the results on Monday, I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
OK, let's take a look at some other news in brief now here on Focus on Africa. And Blaise Compaoré should be Burkina Faso leader Thomas Sankara. Mr. Sankara was assassinated in 1987, and Compaoré was sentenced in absentia for complicity in his murder on Wednesday. He's currently exiled in Ivory Coast, having fled there and acquiring an Ivorian citizenship in 2016. 101 children have been repatriated to Ethiopia from Saudi Arabia as part of a campaign to bring 100,000 people back to Ethiopia. Human rights groups have voiced concerns about the plight of undocumented Ethiopian migrant workers being detained in squalid conditions in Saudi Arabia. The trial of the Nigerian separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu resumed on Friday in Abuja. In a major ruling, the trial judge at the Federal High Court struck out 8 of the 15 charges against Kanu by the Nigerian government. The judge also ruled that the abduction of the separatist for the purpose of investigations is allowed. Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, or IPOB, a pro-Biafra separatist group outlawed by the Nigerian government. Well, do stay with us, because still to come, it's a big sporting weekend, and Peter will have more as we hear about the 2 African players Brentford Football Club is relying on to make this season a success.
This is the Russian attack playbook, perfected in over 10 years of war in Syria.
Tonight, it was far noisier, much louder, more constant, like rolling thunder for a very long time.
Remember, it was Russia that launched this offensive, sending its troops across the border into a sovereign nation.
If Vladimir Putin expected his troops to be met here as liberators, then signs like this all along the roads here are sending a very different message.
We break stories from more places than any other international news broadcaster. We are the leaders in global breaking news.
How worried is the WHO?
We really need to focus on bringing transmission down.
You've been in office for some time. What are you doing about it?
This question is without context.
What the turnout was, it was over 70%. You know how many seats your party got? 0, Ms.
Because we failed to win seats, but we got more votes than previous election.
It's a risk you're taking.
I take risks every day.
The reason you haven't divorced is that you simply can't afford it.
You're right about that.
Hard Talk, this week on BBC World News.
France voted for change 5 years ago. Emmanuel Macron said reform would weaken the appeal of the far right. But as France prepares to vote live as France decides, here on BBC World News.
Now, African men are investing more and more money in their appearance. No drinks, no bars, yeah, just their appearance. The male grooming products market on the continent is booming, along with a rise worldwide in the number of men going for treatments at beauty salons. That's being attributed in part to celebrities and social media influencers highlighting the need for men to take care of their appearance and their well-being. The BBC's Seydina Alouane Dijo went to find out more in the Senegalese capital, Dakar.
When his clip on his skincare routine got thousands of clicks, Sidi Aidarag became convinced of the growing interest in the topic of male grooming in Senegal.
When you take care of yourself, you have more self-confidence. When you have more self-confidence, you automatically have more charisma. I think the most important thing about manhood is charisma. It's that when you're in a space that people
It's a short step from taking men's beauty care advice on the internet to going in the hands of professionals.
Allez-y, installez-vous.
Merci beaucoup.
Le service préféré des hommes.
Men's favorite is facial. When we receive men, we ask them about their budget for their skincare routine. The answer that comes most naturally is, I have no limit if I can achieve my goals.
Do you protect yourself from the sun?
No.
Men, you should know that even if you have black skin, you can still be exposed to the sun. We have much more melanin than a Caucasian person, but we still need to protect.
In a beauty salon. So, did you expect such an enthusiasm here in Senegal among men?
Quand même que
Things are changing. Men need and demand more and more this type of care. In Senegal, 60% of our customers are men.
It's changing.
There are men who can spend more for an extra like facial, a manicure, a pedicure plus hairdressing. But it's between 2,000 and 25,000 CFA francs.
So what do men on the streets of Dakar think about personal grooming?
I think you have to be natural. You don't need to go to beauty salons to make yourself more handsome.
It's my wife who takes care of my skin. I don't have time to go to beauty salons.
And what do the women think?
I think it's good that men go to beauty salons and take care of their skin. I think it's good that men go to beauty salons and take care of their skin.
Appearance is said to be a reflection of our well-being. And whatever your view on male grooming, African men seem increasingly willing to pay to look good. Sidina Linjigo, BBC News, Dakar.
And now to the man who just admitted to me that he probably has more makeup than his wife.
Oh, Quest, thank you very much. Now, transgender women will no longer be able to compete at elite female events run by British Cycling. It follows the suspension of the current policy by the organisation. Last month, Emily Bridges was due to compete in her first elite women's race after meeting the requirements, what was later ruled ineligible by the cycling world's governing body, the UCI. British Cycling says it will conduct a full review of the policy in the coming weeks. On Wednesday, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson waded into the matter, saying he did not believe transgender women should compete in female sporting events. Football now, and FIFA have denied they have plans to introduce 100-minute matches at the Qatar 2022 World Cup. A report emerged on Wednesday claiming world football's governing body was considering the drastic change for the showpiece event later this year. But after the claims emerged, FIFA moved to shoot them down. The tournament kicks off in November. Now, as we approach the end of the Premier League season, one team that has surprised many is the promoted Brentford FC. In their first game, they beat Arsenal 2-0. A few weeks later, they drew 3-0 with Liverpool. And last week, they beat European and world club champions Chelsea 4-1. They're now in a respectable 14th place on the league table. BBC Sports Africa met with some of the African players behind the club's success and its unconventional strategy that relies heavily on data.
For their Premier League debut, Brentford are living the dream, beating some of the biggest clubs in the toughest league in the world and keeping their head above the relegation waters. Clubs in the toughest league in the world and keeping their head above the relegation waters.
As a football player, I always have this dream of playing in the best league in the world. I would say Premier League is one of the best leagues in the world. You know, I came from Denmark straight to the Premier League. It's not been easy. I would say it's a really massive step.
I'm still dreaming, but now I'm dreaming with my eyes. You know, a lot of highlights, a lot. But the most thing is the draw against Liverpool. It was crazy against the big team in the world. And with West Ham, I think it's so good. And my goal against Oldham, the crazy goal. And I think it will be more.
And more there were, like the hammer blow against Chelsea as the Bees beat the Blues 4-1 in Stamford Bridge. Behind Brentford's success is an impressive data strategy. The club uses statistical data to make investment decisions on their players.
It's well documented that we use data heavily in that process, especially in the identification phase. So this is figuring out who the best players are from different territories and different regions. And then we filter that down as per our position-specific criteria. In terms of Johan scores goals, very simply. And since the sale of Said Benrahma, we've been looking for a player that can play on that left-hand side in a front three for quite some time. And he fit that criteria of that position. Frank Onyeka is your typical box-to-box midfield player. And in the Premier League, you have to have pace and power and athleticism and that energy.
And the strategy seems to be working.
No one expects a promotion team to do this well in the Premier League, because they always say a promotion team they're going to struggle and stuff like that. But we've done good so far.
So far, so good. But the end of the season will be tough for the Bees, who will face teams fighting against relegation or those at the top trying to clinch a European spot. None should be football. Ask Arsenal, Chelsea or Everton. Bees can leave you with a taste as sweet as honey or with a sting. Bees can leave you with a taste as sweet as honey or with a sting. Victoire Hume, BBC News, London.
And Brentford will be the title decider. Manchester City lead Liverpool by just a single point and will host the Merseysiders on Sunday. City got a decent result over Atletico Madrid midweek in the Champions League. In the past 5 seasons, both sides have shared 4 Premier League titles, 3 for City and 1 for Liverpool. And one of them is pretty much certain to take another one this May. The Reds are targeting an 11th straight league win, and victory would take them above City in the table. And manager Jurgen Klopp knows his side must be at the top of their game as they come up against a team he says has no visible weakness.
Yeah, there is no game in world football you can compare to play against City because they are good in pretty much all areas. There's no real weakness. It's not that you can say, okay, they're here really good, but they're... But because it's football and the pitch is pretty big, and they have only 10 outfield players and we have 10 as well, so there are things you can do, you can create, and you better use your chances, all these kind of things. That was very helpful. You deny them as much as you can, as often as you can. That's very helpful.
Now, South Africa made a near-identical start to their second test against Bangladesh as they did in Durban last week. Captain Dean Elgar led the domination of the Bangladesh attack for most of the session as the home side reached 107 for 1 at lunch. Elgar reached his 3rd consecutive 50 in the test series when he reached his half-century of 66 balls in the 22nd over. He'd made a similarly quick start in the first test when he reached 60 at lunch with his side at 95 for no loss. So it's going very well for South Africa, and I'm off this weekend to get a facial, a manicure and a pedicure. What can I say?
Just embrace it, Peter.
Yeah,
just embrace it. I was waiting and waiting, but I saw nothing about Formula One in your sports bulletin.
Yes, second round of practice is going on right now.
It's a bit late now, isn't it?
Well,
the sport bulletin's over.
I know Formula One is your sport. We will have some next week, I do promise you.
All you need to know is that Ferrari set a really good pace.
That's it.
But it's the Australian Formula One, of course, this weekend. Doesn't he? That's it from myself and the team. If you'd like to get in touch, you can find me on social media. I am at Laquesa Burat. Peter is at Akwache. See you Monday. Cheerio.
Hello there. We've had some early spring heat across California, the Great Basin. That will ebb away into the weekend. And actually, cooler weather prevails here. But the heat does push further eastwards, just adding to the critical fire risk that we've seen quite extensively through the Central Plains towards the Gulf Coast on Friday. And that heat, strong winds and dry weather, the concern here. Either side, we've got weather systems still quite chilly in the northwest and still in the northeast with some again, flash flooding risk here and landslides. And we've seen that in Colombia recently, and unfortunately here, along with many other northern areas, it stays very wet. There are day after day, still some wet weather around the northern Gulf of Bay of Bengal and in Sri Lanka. We've got some more soaking rains to come across the likes of the Philippines. This is a storm, a tropical cyclone, could become a typhoon over the weekend, but it looks set at the moment to steer clear of land. Lots of showers though elsewhere. And we could still continue to see further showers across parts of New South Wales and more coming into southern parts of Australia, and the river levels still yet to peak in a few areas. We'll watch the remains of a storm bringing potential rain and strong winds into New Zealand into next week. As ever, there's more on the website.
What happened for me in 2019, I had like 4 pretty successful movies come out and done all this amazing stuff career-wise. But then in the next year, all I did was just lose 80 pounds. And like the attention that gets...
It was insane.
...is way more.
Can I read you one headline?
Oh yeah, sure.
Rebel Wilson has a Bond girl moment in an incredible curve-hugging swimsuit.
Wow.
How do you feel
I
about
never
those?
thought I'd be described anywhere near a Bond girl.
But how do you feel about those sorts of headlines about your weight loss?
I've noticed that it's been getting a lot of attention, and I go, so is that what a woman has to do in the world, is just lose weight to like get attention? For me, it was so much bigger. It was about just being the healthiest version of me, so it wasn't about the size or a number or whatever. But it's fascinating. Why are people so obsessed with it? Like, I know what it's like to be a woman who is essentially invisible to most people because of not being seen as traditionally like beautiful or whatever. So I know what it's like when nobody holds the door open for you, almost like you can have no value because you're not seen as good looking to them. And then you really notice, you get like this bias towards you just purely because of your appearance, which is wrong. Like, I do think it's wrong, but you can't deny that that's how society does operate.
Hello, this is BBC News broadcasting to viewers in the UK and around the world. I'm Ben Boulos, here are the headlines. Condemnation after another atrocity in Ukraine, where at least 50 people are dead and hundreds more injured in a rocket attack on a train station in the east of the country.
You can see the effects of the blast on these parked cars behind me, now burnt out. And on the pavement you can see bags of food that they were taking for their journey to safety, along with dried blood that smeared across the pavement.
In the run-up to the French presidential election, a poll suggests Emmanuel Macron's far-right rival Marine Le Pen is closer than ever before to winning. More questions for the UK Chancellor Rishi Sunak, who is under pressure over his wife's tax status. Now it's revealed he held a US green card for work for 18 months while Chancellor. Here in the UK, a man is jailed for life for murdering primary school teacher Sabina Nessa in southeast London. Ukraine says at least 50 people are dead and dozens have been injured after breaking news just in the last few minutes, being tweeted by our business editor, Simon Jack. Here in the UK, a 36-year-old Albanian man has been jailed for a minimum of 36 years in prison for the murder of the primary school teacher Sabina. And attacked Miss Nessa with a metal traffic triangle. Our correspondent June Kelly reports.
Sabina Nessa, graduate, primary school teacher, the second in a family of 4 girls and fun-loving. Sabina was wearing when she was killed.
This is her watch that she wore on the night, so I'm just holding it to feel close to her. People say like time will get easier, but really time just gets harder, and the realization that she's not here just kind of hits home.
The killer, Kochi Salamai, refused to come to court for sentencing. The family had seen him at previous hearings.
The thought that he was waiting for some woman to attack her and do what he wanted to do, I was just thinking, what a horrible animal, vile animal he is.
Hours before the murder, because of his violent behaviour, worked here. She met him in the hotel car park and he asked her to have sex with him. After she rejected him, He drove off alone and ended up miles away in Kidbrooke in southeast London, intent on violence against a woman. He targeted Sabina Nessa as she was walking through the nearby park on her way to meet a friend. Cameras in the park showed Kochi Salamai running towards Sabina and attacking her. He beat her 34 times with this metal traffic triangle and carried her off unconscious. Her body was found the following day. Salamai had strangled her.
There was clear evidence of a sexually motivated attack. That, together with the fact that he had propositioned his wife earlier in the day for sex, says to me without a shadow of a doubt that was a sexually motivated murder.
A week later, Salamai, an Albanian national, was arrested, here being told over the phone by an interpreter he's being charged. Today, Sabina's family left the Old Bailey with hugs for the police team.
She would stand up to her and give her opinion, and I feel like we should all stand up to her and say.
Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan says he will not accept any government that takes over ahead of a vote of no confidence on Saturday. He said he was disappointed with the ruling by the country's Supreme Court that he acted unconstitutionally in asking the President to dissolve Parliament before the vote could take place. Mr Khan is widely expected to lose the no confidence motion. Our Pakistan correspondent, Sikandar Kamani, says Imran Khan is facing a difficult weekend.
Last Sunday, he was expected to face this vote of no confidence. Without even the need for fresh elections, but instead at the last minute the Deputy Speaker of the House, well, he prevented that vote from taking place, and Imran Khan and his party dissolved Parliament, calling for fresh elections. Yesterday the Supreme Court said that they did not have the right to do that. It overturned all those dramatic events that we saw last Sunday. Parliament will reassemble tomorrow. The vote of no confidence is due to be held then. We're waiting to see what further tricks Imran Khan and his allies have up their sleeves. He's vowed to fight until the last ball, using a cricketing analogy. Of course, he first came to prominence as a cricketing national hero in Pakistan.
Sikandar Kamani there. The United States Supreme Court has a new justice. Ketanji Brown Jackson has been confirmed by the US Senate. She'll become the first black woman to sit on the country's highest court and only the 6th woman in history to be a Supreme Court justice. A short time ago, Ms. Jackson addressed an audience at the White House.
I have dedicated my career to public service because I love this country and our Constitution and the rights that make us free. I also understand from my many years of practice as a legal advocate, as a trial judge, and as a judge on a court of appeals, that part of the genius of the constitutional framework of the United States is its design, and that the framers entrusted the judicial branch with the crucial but limited role. I've also spent the better part of the past decade hearing thousands of cases and writing hundreds of opinions, and in every instance, I have done my level best to stay in my lane and to reach a result that is consistent with my understanding of the law and with the obligation to rule independently without fear or favor. I am humbled and honored to continue in this fashion as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, working with brilliant colleagues, supporting and defending the Constitution, and steadfastly upholding the rule of law.
Queen Elizabeth has pulled out of attending the annual Royal Maundy Day church service. Buckingham Palace said she would be represented for the first time by the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall. With the latest, here's our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell.
I don't think it signifies any significant change in the health situation. She's been doing virtual audiences from Windsor in the past few days. Maundy service, of course, one of the fixtures in the royal calendar at St George's Chapel next Thursday. And of course, it involves rather more participation, whereas the service of Thanksgiving for the Duke of Edinburgh at Westminster Abbey, she was able to sit through the service. At the Maundy service, there's a lot more standing, distributing the Maundy money. So a decision taken today that she will not attend. Her place will be taken by the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall.
The three-time Wimbledon champion Boris Becker has been found guilty of 4 charges related to his bankruptcy in 2017. Appearing at Southwark Crown Court in London, he was accused of hiding millions of pounds worth of assets, including 2 Wimbledon trophies, to avoid paying his debts. He was cleared of 20 other charges. The 54-year-old was bailed and must return to court for sentencing on the 29th of April. Excuse me. A recently discovered drawing by Michelangelo has been unveiled ahead of its auction next month, where it's expected to fetch more than $30 million. The previously unseen work by the Italian Renaissance genius is believed to be his first known nude. It dates from the late 15th century, when the artist was at the start of his career in Florence. The auction comes after France lifted an export block in an attempt to acquire it for the state. Let's just remind you of our breaking news this hour. The UK Chancellor, that's the Finance Minister, Rishi Sunak, his wife Ashkata Murty has volunteered to pay UK income tax on her worldwide income. Ms Murty owns £700 million in shares of the Indian IT giant Infosys, company founded by her father, from which she received £11.6 million in dividend income last year. Now, as a non-domiciled UK resident, she is not required by law to pay UK taxes on her international income, but in a statement released to the BBC, she was aware that her tax arrangements did not seem compatible with, quote, the British sense of fairness. That update from our business editor, Simon Jack. You can follow him on Twitter and find out more. You can follow me there as well. I'm on there at Ben M. Boulos. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hello there. It's felt a bit more like winter this week across the northern half of Europe. Cold air, low pressures, strong winds and snow and rain. Snow mostly over the higher ground, but we've had quite a significant amount of that through Finland. We're going to get more across Norway through the weekend in particular. This is Storm Diego that whisked its way across France during the course of Friday, the Low Countries. Now, it's still got quite a tightly packed isobus. There's a lot of windy weather across parts of Italy into the Balkans, so there are warnings out here. Ahead of it, you've still got some warmer air, some drier weather hanging on, bit of cloud there across Malta. Then we've got that wetter weather with snow, more snow for the Alpine regions, and temperatures behind that system have fallen away because we've got the cold air being dragged southwards from the Arctic right the way down across Scandinavia into the Low Countries of the UK. But we have got that milder weather waiting in the wings, waiting out in the Atlantic to come in into next week. But for the weekend, that rain is still with us, quite heavy rain, quite heavy snow over the hills as it makes its way towards the Black Sea, down towards Greece and Turkey. Behind it, showers, some dry weather as well. And I think if you're outside the breeze, it's April after all, it will feel a little bit more pleasant on Sunday with some sunshine, and things do turn a little bit milder as we head into next week, but still quite showery for Madrid. A lot of sunshine there in Rome and a chillier turn for Athens, but at least it's looking mostly fine and dry into next week.
Belarusian side, migrants started throwing rocks and bricks and branches towards the Polish forces.
A week of commemorative events in honor of Archbishop Tutu is well underway all over South Africa.
There's more trouble here in the Netherlands. Small groups of people destroying things in the northern city of Groningen.
The clashes are taking place just a few hundred meters away from where I'm standing now. You can hear the sound of shooting and explosions.
This is a storm that has now claimed at least 14 lives overnight. You had people rushing to their basements.
We break stories from more places than any other international news broadcaster. We are the leaders in global breaking news.
When you come to this contemporary period,
They are unafraid to address issues such as gender or politics, and very often the works test the boundaries of censorship.
There it is.
It's beautiful, beautiful, so enigmatic. A Neanderthal woman or man or child made those marks for a reason.
What I love about when somebody really laughs is the chaos of the features and the abandonment.
The vehicle in which people are being creative is not what we should focus on. What we should focus on is the talent and the creativity itself.
Inspiring arts and culture on BBC World News.
Alone, we break the rules. Together, we make the rules. Alone, they say we are feisty. Together, we are fearless. Shout alone, they call us hysterical. Shout together, we can be historical. This is a new perspective, inclusive, not selective. One will sacrifice, we all make a gain. One wins, we all take the prize. One stands, we all rise. 100 Women, a series of inspiring and challenging stories across the BBC.
Now on BBC World News, a global view on the big stories happening in the UK this week in Dateline London.
Hello, I'm Sean Lay. Welcome to our weekly roundtable discussion between BBC specialists and the foreign correspondents who write, blog and broadcast to audiences in their home countries from the Dateline, London. With us this week, Latika Burke, a Rolat, the BBC's climate editor, and Geoffrey Kaufman. Geoffrey is an experienced foreign correspondent and has been a news anchor for both Canadian and US broadcasters. First of all, lovely to have the three of you in the studio with me. I keep saying this every week and I'm going to keep saying it. It makes such a difference. Welcome back to all of you. Now, socialism, according to a British politician of the last century, but that could mean shortages, bills higher than they are already, rationing. Substitution means more carbon extraction, just as the United Nations is warning that the world is way off the greening of energy needed to prevent the climate perhaps becoming, for us, intolerable. The response of Boris Johnson's government has been an energy security strategy.
Heat pumps, that kind of stuff. Greens were very upset about that. So, I mean, look, it takes a long time to build nuclear power. It takes 4 years to build wind turbines in the North Sea. It'd be much quicker to put onshore wind turbines, and that would address the energy security more quickly and would also arguably reduce bills more quickly. So in a sense, it didn't really, it had those three priorities at its heart, but didn't really address any of them.
So it's kept them all kind of juggled in
Juggling them all, but
I think Boris Johnson is saying to the people of the United Kingdom, take a cold shower for 10 years while we fix this. I really do. I think it's really shocking. My own energy bills have gone up over 100%. I'm sure that's a pretty common story across the nation. It is. My heart breaks to think of people who are living on the margins and what this is.
On foreign fuel.
And Europe has done this. The United Kingdom has, by some standards, the least. In Western Europe, at least, the least insulated, protected home stock in the region, and therefore
we like drafts.
We like drafts. We all know that. We've all been there, haven't we? Those lovely old Georgian homes. Yeah.
They do say Britain is has the draftiest homes. I've never been able to pin that statistic down. Find out what it actually means.
Latika, Australia has experienced And it appeared to win because what Labour was saying on energy, the voters just didn't like. Can you remind us of that? And is that still going to play this time round?
Well, Sean, not even just the last election. The last decade in Australia, basically all the elections have been written by this climate change politics orthodoxy that's been going on. And I don't expect that's going to change too much this election. However, what we have for the first time is a bipartisan commitment for net zero by 2050. The incumbent government, the centre-right government led by Scott Morrison, was very reluctantly dragged, kicking and screaming to that position by Boris Johnson, actually, at COP last year in Glasgow. And so we have that bipartisanship. What we don't have necessarily is the consensus about how to get there. Who are maligned sometimes, or perhaps more accurately called as climate deniers in Australia, many of them within the current government. They have always actually said, we want to transition, but with technology, not via taxes, not with trading schemes. Now that seems to be coming into fruition for them. So I think we will, to answer your question, have some climate politics running through this next election, but I think what we're going to see is that more morphing into a story about adaptation to climate change, which is already very much alive in Australia, and also the cost of living.
Does that mean less extraction? Is that ever going to be feasible for Australian politicians to argue for? Because it is suggested that's really what Labour was acknowledging would have to happen at the last election, and it paid a big electoral price for that.
Well, the current Labor leader, Anthony Albanese, has come out very strongly saying that coal will be a part of Australia's future. So I think that's the answer to your question. Does that mean that we're going to be doing what some in the current government would like, which is funding with taxpayer dollars new coal power fire stations? No, I don't think so. But you do see both sides coming to the table in a more centrist way that they have not been able to for a decade.
But there's such a paradox here because you've had these terrible floods. I mean, and then, of course, before that, those incredible bushfires. I mean, Australia, in a way, is a barometer of climate change. Probably one of the most one of the countries most affected by climate at the moment. And yet there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of energy. You say there's a consensus to 2050. They're cutting the money that they're spending on the transition at the moment. I mean, they did it very recently, didn't they?
I think it's very difficult for people outside to Australia to understand what a big deal it is to have a Conservative government that has been ripped apart. They have changed prime ministers more times now than I can remember over this very issue. To have a Conservative prime minister able to stand up and say, we're going to go net zero by 2050, and he's still in the job and contesting this next election, that is huge for Australia.
Justin, with all these pressures, it's in the energy security strategy from the UK. We have this debate coming up in an imminent general election, probably next month in Australia. Where does this leave our ambitions, the stated global ambition for mitigating the effects of climate change and indeed trying to prevent the very worst of it?
It's so interesting because you hinted at it in your introduction. There was a UN publication, the IPCC, the kind of climate change group within the UN, published their report on mitigation, on tackling climate change at the beginning of this week. And what's interesting, it said we need to transition away from fossil fuels as quickly as we can, essentially. What's interesting about these reports, which often people don't kind of bang home, don't recognise, these are signed up by the governments of the world. So they're written by scientists, and then there's a couple of weeks where the governments and the scientists get together and kind of wrestle through the words and kind of, strike through some of the stuff and change the wording a little bit, maybe water it down. But at the end of the day, those conclusions were signed up by and we're talking Saudi Arabia, Australia, everybody signed up to this. So in a sense, this week we saw consensus, world consensus, that this is a really serious problem, that we're heading for really, really serious difficulties unless we urgently accelerate the decarbonisation of the world economy, not individual economies, the world economy. And yet, when you look on an individual basis, you just don't see the action that we need.
And one of the richest countries in the world, too, and with a small population.
But I would add 2 points there. One is that in Australia, you'll often hear this refrain, it's no good, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but this is a very persuasive persuasive argument in Australia. It's no good us acting. We're a fairly tiny country proportionally. If China and India and Brazil and all these other major polluters don't come to the table,
and if
we're just crippling
like the UK,
our own
who've
economy.
been dragging us to the table, then say, but you have to allow an exception for us because we've got this war going on in Ukraine. We have to punish Russia. Are we doing ourselves any favours, Jeffrey, in punishing Russia long term? Isn't there a danger we're going to say to a country that is absolutely dependent on its export revenue from
oh my gosh,
gas?
we just did a 90-degree turn of this conversation, or maybe 180 degrees. Listen, I think that the morality of what is behind the sanctions against Russia is a separate morality from climate change. They are both morality questions, but I think a kind of wholesale slaughter of a nation.
But that's not my point. Is it the danger that if you say to a country like Russia that this is its one key export, we're going to stop using you, we're phasing you out, regardless of what happens in Ukraine, it's over. That country then has more incentive to gain more climate.
A very direct connection, and which I know we're going to talk about this in a moment, so I won't get ahead. But there are long-term impacts. Russia has a huge reserve of oil and it really doesn't have much industry. Let's face it; it's a petro economy. And so, yes, there will be consequences, but I think that we have to deal with the immediate humanitarian urgency.
We'll come back to that. A perfectly fair point. Justin, the political clout which comes from having energy supply, one way or another, is going to shift, isn't it? It's already shifting from the Middle East. Maybe not fast enough for some liking, but it's shifting. Russia, potentially, if we're following this through and Europe follows through on its promises. Where's it going to go? Who are going to be the new energy titans?
Well, listen, let's see who occupies that space. I think that's really interesting. I think, look,
really good question.
If the UN is right, what the UN says is we're essentially at peak carbon. We need to peak before 2025, is what the UN IPCC report said. Before 2025, the next 2 or 3 years, right? So we're at peak carbon. We're at the point at which this reorganisation of world power happens. Let me put it to you, Latika. Australia could be that energy superpower by, putting wind turbines.
To be fair, Latika is not the afraid.
No, but I'm saying there is a huge opportunity
to
out there, which frankly, actually, Boris Johnson has recognised and is saying, look, we've got a unique access to continental shelf in a really windy part of the world. We're going to put wind turbines out there and we'll be exporting energy, was part of what he said. You could be doing the same.
But I think, actually, the answer that's partly the answer to Sean's question. It's a really interesting question. Who will be the energy power, these oil states of in 20 years? I think the answer is it's technology. The people who create the technology that supplies energy. We're talking about wind. We're talking about solar.
It's not just technology. There is also there are places which
is also technology.
Yes, but this is one of the big, I think, real promises and potential. And actually, Justin, Australia should have been a renewable superpower 10, 20 years ago. We should have had solar farms. That has always said, well, we're technology agnostic about how we get to net zero. And what they are backing, they're not really technology agnostic, they're pouring huge subsidies into green hydrogen. And there is a huge hope in Australia that we will become a green hydrogen exporter that will supply Asia, potentially even Europe, and you should really watch out for announcements on this between Britain and Australia. And if that is the case, what you will see is wrapping into this whole conversation about